very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the scales of justice is here. May we please be upstanding in our seats. Honorable members, shall we please rise for the scales of justice? Honorable members, please rise for the scales of justice.
Colleagues, let's be on our feet for the justices of the Supreme Court.
Honorable members, the scales is approaching. Can we please have some silence on the floor? Thank you very much, honorable members. Please be seated.
Mommy, you can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this Akufo-Addo download to Lemonade Finance.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please resume your seats. Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. I want to get whether the president is coming. Honorable members, may I invite the Honorable Majority Leader and the Honorable Minority Leader to join me to receive His Excellency the President at the Central Lobby. Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members of this august House, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to the House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver the message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this august chamber of the following distinguished personalities. We are blessed with the presence of the following persons: Her Excellency Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, First Lady of the Republic. His Excellency, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Honorable members, may we have some silence. His Excellency, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia. Honorable members, we have with us Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Enim Yebua. And we have Madam Alice Adjoa Yunus, the spouse of number 3. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Chief of Staff, Madam Frema Osei Opare. You know, she is the most senior-most of my wives. We also have the distinguished chairman of the Council of State. You know very well, this gentleman has been with us for some time. Nana Otuo Sereboa, and members of the Council of State. Our revered members of the National House of Chiefs, Nimen, Namen, Nananum, Togbe, Namine, they are all present here with us. You have a large team of Your Excellencies, the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps. And we are also blessed with the presence of Your Excellencies, the former President, John Agyekum Kufuor. And we have Your Excellency, the former President, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, may we have some order, please? Honorable members, let me, before I proceed, apologize to my lords, the justices of the Supreme Court, for not mentioning them appropriately. I acknowledge your presence, my lords. We have also with us distinguished heads of our independent governance institutions, such as the National Media Commission, the National Commission on Civic Education, the Electoral Commission, the Audit Service, the National Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. We have the chairman and the Secretary Generals of our political parties with us. I'm sure with their support, we'll keep you well disciplined inside here. We have members of the Parliamentary Service Board and the former Right Honourable Speakers of Parliament. We have our distinguished former clerks to Parliament, particularly the veteran SN Dakwa, who started it all with KN Ayinsu before we gained independence. He is here with us. I hope you are learning from his pen. He has written a number of books on how Parliament works. We have our development partners with us, and also representatives of various civil society organizations. You know, on a daily basis, we have a very important partner present in the House and also in all our constituencies. I'm referring particularly to our friends from the media. They are here with us. And whatever you do here will be linked to your people in your constituencies. It's not a reminder to be of good behavior, but you know what that means. Honorable members, I now have the greatest pleasure to invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be here in this august House to perform once again one of the most pleasant duties on the calendar of the President of the Republic. That is to give honorable members and the Ghanaian people a message on the state of the nation in fulfillment of Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic. In accordance with protocol and convention, it is good to see that my wife, the First Lady, Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia, the spouse of Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Alice Adjoa Jonas Bagben, Chief Justice Kwesi Enin-Yeboah and Justices of the Supreme Court, Chairperson Nana Uto Sribo II and members of the Council of State, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, the Honorable Akusia Frima Osei Opare, and officials of the Presidency, the Chief of Defense Staff, Vice Admiral Seth Amwama, the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, and the various service chiefs are all present. Mr. Speaker, the House is also duly honored by the welcome attendance of the former Presidents of the Republic, Their Excellencies John Agyekum Kufuor and John Dramani Mahama. The former First Lady, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyeman Rawlings, and the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, it is the 8th of March today, and that means it is International Women's Day, the day set aside globally to honor all women. Please allow me to acknowledge and appreciate the significance of the day and heartily congratulate women all over the world, and especially women in Ghana, for the role they play in realizing the dreams, cares, and aspirations of humankind and of this great nation. The presence of women leaders at both the local and national fronts have advanced rights, enhanced equality, and in general, improved the living standards and quality of lives of all concerned, including that of men. The theme for this year recognizes and celebrates women who are championing the advancement of transformative technology and digital education. Mr. Speaker, apart from my own personal fond memories as a member of this House, Parliament stands as a symbol of our democracy and its values. It stands as a reminder to all of us that our country has chosen to travel on the path of democracy, and at the heart of that journey is the idea that the government can only govern with the consent of the people. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we stress this point because after 30 years of democratic practice, we may be tempted to take it for granted. We need to remind ourselves that our compatriots, the majority of whom are in their early adulthood, have no personal recollection of the struggles that got us to this point in our development. In the same way that only a small percentage of our population can recall life under colonial rule, similarly, the memory of dictatorship, one-party rule and military rule is receding into the dim past, and the struggles that have brought us so far are disappearing into the recesses of history. However, because Parliament directly represents the citizens of our nation in this hallowed chamber, it will always be the reminder of those struggles. It is important we never forget that democracy is not a static achievement, but a process that needs continuous nurturing. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we must remind ourselves that in our country's political history, it is the restoration of Parliament to its proper place that has always symbolized the restoration of power to the people. And dare I say that when constitutional rule is interrupted, it is Parliament that is shut down. The other arms of government continue to operate. 30 years ago, this House convened for the first time to mark the commencement of the Fourth Republic. The early years of the return to democracy were fraught with challenges, but the years have seen the deepening of our democratic culture to a point where a candidate of the minority side in Parliament today presides as the Speaker. This is no mean achievement. Given the way the numbers shaped up in the House after the 2020 elections, many cynics and skeptics predicted a doomsday scenario for this Parliament. But instead of a meltdown, we have witnessed considerable cooperation and unity of purpose among all parties and factions. This is to a large extent a measure of the maturity of our political culture and democracy. We will need even more of such bipartisan maturity to meet the challenges confronting us at this time. Today, we live in a country in which we enjoy complete freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, and political affiliation. Indeed, freedom of speech has now reached such heights that even members of the diplomatic corps feel able to join in our national discourse and pronounce on matters that will be problematic for Ghanaian diplomats in their countries of origin. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me the important thing in our free speech environment is actually to try and hear each other instead of raising the decibel level of our individual points of view. Mr. Speaker, to come before this House to deliver a message on the state of the nation is a symbol and practical demonstration of accountability. And I have always treated the occasion with the utmost respect. This address offers us, as usual, the opportunity to provide an honest assessment of our country's situation and seek the support of all in addressing it with hope and confidence. Mr. Speaker, when we make an assessment of what the state of the nation is, it would necessarily have to include what state it was in yesterday, the state it is in today, and what state it will be tomorrow, based on reasonable grounds of expectations. How far back should we be looking to make a judgment on the state of affairs today? Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue above all that is quite properly dominating the concerns of all Ghanaians is the gravity of the economic situation of our country and how we can quickly stabilize the economy and work our way back to the period of rapid economic growth. Our currency has been buffeted, our inflation rate has been very high, and for the first time in our lives, debt exchanges have become the language of everyday conversation. As such, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a departure from the usual format of messages on the state of the nation and concentrate predominantly on the economy, which will enable me nonetheless also to make some statements about the state of our agriculture, education, energy, health, infrastructure, mining, tourism, and security. This is not to belittle the contribution of the other sectors to the growth of our country, but I believe the exigencies of the moment justify the position I am taking, particularly as all sector ministers continue to provide official updates on happenings in their respective sectors. I've said, and many others, including the managing director of the IMF, have said that our economy was doing well until COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. Was doing well until COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine took us off course. Mr. Speaker, I will be heard. Hansard has to record me. I will be heard. Maybe because of the severity of the present difficulties, or maybe because it suits their preconceived agenda, some people are unwilling to accept that we were on a good trajectory until the arrival of COVID-19. The Ghanaian people, however, accepted this proposition as evidenced in the results of the 2020 presidential election, which were unanimously endorsed and upheld by the 7-member panel of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, allow me to go on a short trip down memory lane and remind ourselves what things look like back at the beginning of 2020, when I came to this House to give an account on the state of our nation. This is what I told this House on 20th February 2020, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, in 3 years, we have reduced inflation to its lowest level, 7.8% in January 2020, since 1992. For the first time in over 40 years, we've had a fiscal deficit below 5% of GDP for 3 years in a row. For the first time in over 20 years, the balance of trade, that is the difference between our exports and imports, has been in surplus for 3 consecutive years. Our current account deficit is shrinking, interest rates are declining, and the average annual rate of depreciation of the cedi, as it is lowest for any first-term government in the Fourth Republic. Our economic growth has rebounded to place Ghana among the fastest-growing economies in the world for 3 years in a row, at an annual average of 7% GDP growth, up from 3.4% in 2016. The lowest.
Honourable members,
3 decades.
May we listen in silence. Please, it's my duty to protect our guests, and I will do so without fear or favor.
The international investor community has recognized the development resulting in Ghana today being the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. The sovereign credit rating agencies have upgraded our ratings and also improved the outlook for this year, notwithstanding the fact that it is an election year, unquote. Mr. Speaker, that was where we were at the end of February 2020. 3 weeks after this speech, in which I expressed our sympathies and solidarity with China on the difficulties they were having with the new virus, our world changed. The virus I refer to arrived in our country and in the rest of the world with a vengeance. Within weeks, we were in the middle of a lockdown. Our airports and land borders were closed. Schools and factories and even markets were closed. The hospitality industry was brought to its knees. Our economy, like much of the rest of the world, went into a tailspin. We took many decisions, and we did many things which, according to the science, were the most reliable and trusted ways to save lives and livelihoods at the time, which may look strange and unnecessary today, but that is from the safe perspective of not waking up to check on the COVID-19 infection or death rate. Indeed, there were some who suggested that we cancel the national identification registration exercise and even postpone the 2020 general elections. Who would have thought that today anybody will be questioning the fumigation of schools and markets? I recall vividly the straight talking I received from a group of our most eminent physicians and other scientists on the urgency of fumigating all public spaces, including offices, schools, hospitals, markets, churches, and mosques. The few who could afford it even fumigated their own homes. Today, the science might be that such measures make no difference to the spread of the virus, but criminality or reckless spending cannot be ascribed to the decision to undertake such measures. Mr. Speaker, you might remember that we could not produce Veronica buckets fast enough. Today, it is not an obligatory item on anyone's list of purchases. In dealing with the crisis generally, I did not meet anyone brave enough to suggest the considerations of money should be a hindrance to anything we needed to do in the fight against the virus. I was, and I am grateful that the people of Ghana rose to the occasion, and together we went through the crisis and came out well by defying the doomsday predictions about the inevitability of dead bodies on our streets. I'm grateful that we saw the wisdom in helping each other, and I thank those who contributed their expertise, time, and energy to the fight against the virus. And I thank those who contributed to the COVID-19 fund that was set up to help us meet some of the expenditures. The economic consequences from the pandemic have been devastating. Mr. Speaker, it is precisely because the economic fallout from the pandemic is so widespread and long-lasting that it is important to show clearly that the COVID-19 funds were not misused. It is critical that we do not lose the confidence of the people that a crisis that they were led to believe we were all in together was abused for personal gain. Mr. Speaker, it was government that asked for the COVID funds to be audited, and I can assure this House that nothing dishonorable was done with the COVID funds. The responses from the Ministers for Health and Finance on January 23rd and 25th, 2023, respectfully, have sufficiently laid to rest the queries from the Auditor General's report, and I believe any objective scrutiny of these statements from the Health and Finance Ministries would justify this conclusion. We did provide 518 million cedis of grants and loans to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises through the NBSSI, now the Ghana Enterprise Agency, in which 302,515 enterprises benefited, of which 60% were women-owned. These were MSMEs that were in distress as a result of the pandemic. For some traders, the receipt of 1,000 cedis made the difference between the ruin of the household and survival. In addition, 58,041 health workers were empowered to supplement the existing health sector workforce. Subsequently, all of them have been absorbed as permanent workers in the health sector. Frontline health workers were also granted 50% tax relief for the period. Was that something to regret? We should be ever grateful for the work that so many people did to keep all of us safe. All households enjoyed free water supply and huge discounts on electricity bills because access to water was a necessity to ensure people adhere to hygiene practices, and access to electricity was important as everybody was encouraged to stay at home. It also provided an economic cushion to protect lives and livelihoods at a time of difficulty. Today, the government's support for utility bills is being projected by some as a waste, or to use that word so beloved of some commentators, profligate. Mr. Speaker, the government took a deliberate decision to try and keep the inevitable disruptions across all our lives down to a minimum in the education sector by opening schools and education institutions as soon as it was made safe to do so. It was an expensive undertaking and not universally popular. But faced with the prospect of a whole generation of our children losing irreplaceable years of education, and the real likelihood of many of them dropping out of school, however, forever, we took the brave decision to open the institutions. Even then, it is worth pointing out that the school year has not yet fully returned to the predictable pre-COVID calendar. After the event, some might be tempted to forget the volumes of sanitizer and other logistics it took to keep the schools open and safe. In much the same way as some might now choose to forget the vitriol that came from some who should have known better, threatening hell and damnation when, according to them, the children start dying in the schools. Mercifully, we did not lose a single child to COVID in school. I would like to suggest that with the best will in the world, Mr. Speaker, no auditor can put a figure on the cost of keeping the children in school safely during that crisis, nor the continuing cost of the effect of the pandemic on our young children. Not the financial cost, not the emotional cost, and certainly not the social cost. But we must thank the Almighty that we have survived to repair the damage and begin to rebuild our economy. Beyond the use of COVID funds, there are legitimate questions being asked about how the country's debt situation got to where it is. Mr. Speaker, let me state emphatically that we have not been reckless in borrowing and in spending.
Honorable members, it's not yet your time to say. Wait until that time arrives. Please, honorable members, I will allow spontaneous reaction to statements, but I will not allow debate of the statement. Your Excellency, you may proceed.
It is worth noting that the debts we are serving were not only contracted during the period of this administration. Mr. Speaker, we have spent money on things that are urgent, to build roads and bridges and schools, to train our young people and equip them to face a competitive world. Considering the amount of work that still needs to be done on the state of our roads, the bridges that have to be built, considering the number of classrooms that need to be built, the furniture and equipment needs at all stages of education, considering the number of children who should be in school and are not, considering the number of towns and villages that still do not have access to potable water, I dare say no one can suggest we have overborrowed or spent recklessly. Yes, I've been in a hurry to get things done, and this includes massive developments in agriculture, education, health, irrigation, roads, rails, ports, airports, sea defense, digitization, social protection programs, industrialization, and tourism. We can be justifiably proud of the many things that we have managed in the past 6 years. As I go around the country, I hear the pleas for more roads, schools, hospitals, and as the rainy season comes, I wish, as every other Ghanaian does, that would have built more drains than we have. And I wish we have the resources to do more. But Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the amount of work that we have done, especially in the road sector. Roads constitute the largest number of questions asked in this House by members of Parliament. A large amount of the monies we borrow are for road construction. Shall we dare stop constructing roads? Mr. Speaker, I would like to state categorically that this government has built more roads than any government in the history of the Fourth Republic. And Mr. Speaker, the details of all these roads are attached in the annex to this message. I have done so because last year when I made a similar pronouncement, I was met with howls and gasps of incredulity from the minority benches. And so I thought it appropriate this time to present it as an annex to the statement. Which will be part of Hands-Out. Beyond the construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, this MPP administration has implemented successfully a national identification system with the Ghana card, constructed more railways than any government in the Fourth Republic, established the Zongo Development Fund to address the needs of Zongo and inner city communities. And under their auspices, we have conducted more infrastructure in the Zongo communities than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Constructed more NCA licensed fiber optic cable than any other government in the Fourth Republic. 90%, 93% of the total. Increase the proportion of the population with access to toilet facilities from 33% to 59%. Increase the number of public libraries from 61 from independence until 2017 to 115 in 2022. Provided more equipment, vehicles, ammunition, etc. to security services than any other government in the Fourth Republic. We have successfully implemented the digital address system, improved significantly the financing of governance and anti-corruption institutions like the Ministry of Justice and Office of the Attorney General, the National Commission for Civic Education, SRAJ, EYOCO, and the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Implemented the One District, One Factory initiative. In 4 years, 106 companies are in operation under 1D, 1F. 148 factories are under construction. This is the largest expansion of that sector since independence. Constructed more fish landing sites than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Established Africa's first national-scale electronic pharmacy platform. Provided free Wi-Fi to 700 senior high schools, 46 colleges of education, 260 district education offices, an initial successful pilot of 13 public universities. Introduced drones in the delivery of critical medicine, vaccines, and blood to people in remote parts of the country. And today, Ghana has the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, with zipline distribution centers in Ominako, Mpenya, Vobsi, Sefirioso, Ketekrachi, and Enum, and overseen an improvement in revenue collection with the introduction of an e-VAT and e-invoicing system. For example, figures from 19 tax-paying companies onboarded onto the e-VAT system reveal total recorded monthly sales increasing from 222 million cedis in November 2021 to 720 million cedis in November 2022. Again, in December 2021, total monthly sales of 284 million cedis also saw a huge increase to 1 billion cedis in December 2022. Indeed, the evidence of how state funds have been used to improve our society is all over the country. No district or constituency has been left out. And I believe there are many Ghanaians who will vehemently disagree when some say there's nothing to show for all the funds that have been at my government's disposal. Mr. Speaker, I would like at this stage to brief the House on how the talks with the International Monetary Fund have been going since the announcement on 1st July 2022 of our intention to engage the IMF for a funded program. Mr. Speaker, having reached a staff-level agreement on 12 December 2022, after 5 months of intense negotiations and completion of most of the prior actions required under the agreement, we are on course for the IMF staff to present to the IMF Executive Board Ghana's program request for a $3 billion extended credit facility by the end of this month. Mr. Speaker, the 3-year IMF program, anchored on government's post-COVID-19 program for economic growth, aims at restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability whilst protecting the vulnerable. It is a strong reform program which relies on front-loaded fiscal measures to increase domestic resource mobilization and streamline public expenditures to support inclusive growth and enhance social protection. Mr. Speaker, I thank the House for its support throughout this process, including the passage of key revenue laws. However, a few more of these measures, namely the Income Tax Amendment Bill, the Excise Duty and Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bills, as well as the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill, are outstanding, which need the urgent attention of the House and passage to complete the prior actions. This will put us in readiness for our presentation to the Fund Board, and more importantly, bolster our domestic revenue mobilization efforts. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that given the extent of the fiscal and debt sustainability issue we are addressing, fiscal adjustments and structural reforms are not sufficient for restoration of debt sustainability. A critical component of the measures we're implementing to address the current economic crisis is the debt operation, involving both domestic debt and external debt. The debt operation is aimed at returning the country to debt sustainable path by 2028 by reducing the debt to GDP ratio on a general classification basis and in present value terms from 103% in 2022 to 55% by 2028, and reducing the external debt service to revenue ratio from 29% in 2022 to 18% by 2028. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve these goals, the decision was taken to execute a domestic debt exchange program, in addition to fiscal adjustment, external debt operation, and structural reforms. The participation rate of 85%, representing tendered bonds of 83 billion cedis out of the total eligible bonds of 97.7 billion cedis, constitutes significant success for the DDE program. The 83 billion cedis bonds that were successfully tendered also represent 64% of the outstanding domestic debt of 130 billion cedis at the end of December 2022, as pension funds have been expressly exempted from the DEP. I want to take this opportunity to thank organized labor, pensioners, pension fund managers, the Ghana Association of Banks, the Ghana Securities Industry Association, the Ghana Insurance Association, the Individual Bondholders and Retirees Forum, and all others who have contributed to make the domestic debt exchange program a success. Mr. Speaker, I know it has been said over and over again in the past weeks, but the voluntary nature of the DDE program bears repeating, as is the fact that the government is committed to honoring all coupon payments and maturities in respect of both old bonds and the new bonds, in line with government fiscal commitments. Mr. Speaker, we're also making progress on the external debt negotiations since the government announced an external debt service suspension on 19 December 2022 for certain categories of external debt to ensure an orderly restructuring. This suspension is an interim emergency measure toward a comprehensive external debt operation which will contribute to the restoration of our debt sustainability in line with our request for debt treatment under the G20 Common Framework. I want to express our appreciation to members of the Paris Club and to the People's Republic of China for the cooperation they have so far exhibited to us in attempting to reach an agreement and in their attempt to establish an official credit committee. We look forward to their fast-tracking the needed financing assurances for IMF approval. We are confident that with their cooperation, we will reach our March deadline for going to the fund. Mr. Speaker, we remain resolute in our vision to restore macroeconomic stability and promote inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes that sustained growth must be deliberate, especially in a global landscape marked by forces of technology, trade, and intense competition. It requires a combination of leadership, social cohesion, and deep investments in core capabilities of people, firms, and institutions to harness our opportunities. That is why, together with our private sector counterparts, we're anchoring Ghana's medium-term growth drivers on competitiveness, integration, adaptation, and digital innovation, all aimed at raising per capita GDP from the current $2,500 to $4,500, aligning with the Ghana Beyond Aid Charter by 2020. Mr. Speaker, concluding the arrangements with the fund will not restore our fortunes overnight, but it will set us on the road to recovery. With fiscal discipline, we will regain the trust and confidence of our business partners and the investor community, which will give us space to continue our productive plans and policies. However, in addition to our engagement with the fund, we're also seeking and implementing some original and innovative ideas to try to solve our problems. For example, the gold purchase program by the Bank of Ghana and the gold for oil policy are creative uses of our resources, which are already bearing fruit. These policies are aimed at achieving two results that are critical to the health of our economy. Firstly, they will help us preserve foreign exchange, especially the US dollar. And secondly, they will enable us to stabilize the price of oil products, such as petrol and diesel, on the domestic market. We have already seen some success on both fronts, with the price of US dollars and petroleum products falling since we announced the policy and began to implement it. The average price of petrol at the pump, which had risen to 20 cedis a litre in the middle of December 2022 is now 13 cedis and 80 pesos a litre. The price of diesel had risen to more than 23 cedis and 70 pesos a litre, and is now selling on the average at 13 cedis and 80 pesos a litre, which is a reduction of almost 10 cedis a litre. We expect this trend of falling fuel prices to reflect soon in our daily lives, since transport fares affect the price of everything. I hope the trend of prices going up and coming down become a regular feature of our retail economy, as being demonstrated in the fuel prices. Because as we all know, prices, especially of petroleum products, used only to go up in our country. I do worry about the extraordinary expenditure on security at our borders, but we do not have a choice but to spend resources to keep our borders safe. We dare not compromise on the safety and security of our nation. And my first responsibility as your Commander-in-Chief is to keep all of us safe. The foundation for all development is the safety and security of our nation and its people. The reality of the state of affairs in our neighborhood demands that the government goes to great lengths to ensure the security, safety, and stability of our nation. The threats of terrorism and violent extremism surrounding us require that we pay maximum attention to protecting our borders and working in collaboration with our neighbors to keep our country and the region safe. This is the prime motive for the Accra Initiative, which is already yielding results. Mr. Speaker, I'm able to cite here some of the equipment we have provided the military to help them protect us all. Allow me to list a few. The Army has received 104 armored personnel carriers, 70 utility troop carrying vehicles, 20 armored vehicles, 85 assorted Toyota vehicles, 50 Ankai buses, 40 Jeep Jade vehicles, some explosive ordnance disposal equipment, large quantities of communications surveillance equipment, varying quantities of weapons, and 4 unmanned aerial vehicle systems. And the Ghana Navy has taken delivery of 4 offshore security vessels and 4 Zodiac boats. We've also continued the process of upgrading the housing needs of the security services. The Barracks Regeneration Project Phases 1 and 2, the Military Housing Project Phases 1 and 2, and the Ghana Military Academy Infrastructure Project are expected to be completed and handed over by the end of May this year. Mr. Speaker, we continue to pay attention to the police service. We can now see more of the police on our streets in the urban areas. Ever so gradually, driving on our roads is becoming more orderly. I note that even motorbike riders now stop at traffic lights. Things are improving. 504 housing units comprising 72 one-bedroom and 432 self-contained units have been completed for the police service. Recently, I delivered 100 pickups, 600 motorbicycles, and 6 armored personnel carriers to the police service to boost operational capacity. For the first time in our nation's history, the police service has dedicated helicopters to help with its operations. Mr. Speaker, I must share some good news with the House. I am particularly proud of the dramatic intervention government has made to tackle the long-lasting and utterly disgraceful problem of dilapidated and inadequate number of courts in our country. Many of the courts have not been fit for purpose and do not provide suitable facilities for the efficient administration of justice. The inadequacy means that people have to travel long distances to gain access to courts. As someone who for years earned my living as a practicing lawyer, I have first-hand experience of the unacceptable state of courthouses around the country, and I'm glad to inform the House that we are resolving this problem. Through the Ministry of Local Government and the District Assembly Common Fund, government has embarked on the construction of 120 courthouses with accompanying accommodation for judges across the country. Indeed, 60 have been completed, and the others are at various stages of completion. For the first time ever, we have the happy situation of purpose-built courthouses with accommodation that are waiting for judges to be appointed to put them to use. 6 new regional high courts fitted with judges' residence are also being constructed in the new regions, i.e. Ahafo, Bono East, Northeast, Oti, Savannah, and Western North. 3 of the courts, that is those in Northeast, Oti, and Savannah, have been completed and commissioned. Those in Ahafo, Bono East, and Western North regions will be completed by April. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasant duty on 17th October 2022 to commission a new modern Court of Appeal complex in Kumasi, together with 20 townhouses and a guest house to serve as permanent residences for Court of Appeal judges based in Kumasi, who are mandated to handle appeals from the northern part of the country. The Asantehene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, who generously gave the land, was present at the ceremony. It is a truly magnificent sight, and I recommend it to honorable members who go to Kumasi to pay a visit and see it for themselves. In addition, 210 vehicles were earlier in 2022 distributed to all judges in the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Higher Court, and Lower Courts. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that in this administration, TVET and STEM feature frequently in all conversations about education. Technical and vocational education are being given the place of honor they deserve. Since the realignment and introduction of free TVET, enrollment in TVET schools has increased from 13,000 in 2021 to 47,000 today. And all the indications are that this is a trend that will continue. In 2022, the TVET service recruited 3,400 staff, the highest in the history of TVET in Ghana, to accommodate this development. I was told last week about one young person who was placed in Achimota School in the current school placement exercise and has turned it down to go to a STEM school. I think we are making progress. The strides we're making in education are already changing lives and changing the narrative. As of this year, nearly 2 million young people have benefited from the free SHS policy. Predictions that the policy would lead to a lowering of standards proved wide, very wide of the mark. On the contrary, the results under the free SHS have shown a systematic improvement, and as a result, 2 million young people have either found a way to further education, training, apprenticeships, or employment because of the free SHS policy. I'm proud of the additional educational infrastructure, especially the provision of ultra-modern classroom blocks for several schools, which are equipped with laboratories, ICT centers, and libraries. The establishment of 10 STEM centers across the country including one in Accra, to aid the study of engineering and robotics. Construction has also started at the University of Agricultural Science in Bunsu in the Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, apart from the enhancement of revenue and the judicious use of resources, we are all agreed that we need to do something about our huge import bill. Last year, I set up a 5-member ad hoc cabinet committee to work on a policy to enhance domestic production and export development with a fourfold strategy. 1, reduce the country's import bill in the short, medium, and long term. Enhance domestic productive capacity in selected products. Generate widespread employment opportunities. And 4, diversify and expand our export capacity to Africa and beyond, especially through the vehicle of the African Continental Free Trade Area. In 2021, Ghana's total import bill was put at $13.7 billion United States dollars, according to GRA icons. On the evidence of existing local productive capacity, we have identified a list of 20 priority products in the categories of primary agricultural products, processed foods, and manufactured goods, where we can confidently enhance domestic production. Amongst these are rice, fish, poultry, fruit juice, sugar, tomatoes, vegetable oils, oil palm, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, soaps and detergents, insulated wire, ceramic products, corrugated paper and paper board, cement and clinker, and motor vehicles. The report on the implementation modalities to enhance domestic productive capacity in these products has been prepared, and once confirmed with your approval, the new Minister for Trade and Industry will roll out urgently a series of initiatives to implement the policy. I want at this stage to make mention of one particular program that has been introduced by the government to address the needs of the youth and women, the Youth Star program. This program seeks to support young entrepreneurs to gain access to capital market training and technical skills, compliance and quality assurance support, and business development support services that will enable them start, build, and grow their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Star program was successfully piloted in 2022, with 70 youth-led businesses benefiting from the initial 1.98 million cedis. Subsequently, a total of 288,800 applications have been received and are being processed by the Ghana Enterprise Agency for full operation. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to infrastructure development. Working with the private sector, we continue to explore the use of public-private partnership arrangements as a financing alternative to the delivery of critical public infrastructure, such as the Accra-Tema motorway extensions, Accra-Takoradi motorway, and the Sugankope-Lome transboundary water supply projects. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the $750 million United States dollar Afro-Exim Bank facility, which has been secured, will make it possible for us to construct many other roads and interchanges, including the long-awaited 4-tier Swami interchange. Mr. Speaker, we have now reached the point where we feel the impact of technology as an irreversible way of life. We have digitized many processes. The Ghana card has become a one-stop shop for Ghanaian identity and its usages. We're fully convinced that our embrace of an investment in information technology and the digital infrastructure will help us to redefine our traditional concepts of time, space, speed, and nature of conducting business within our society, economy, and culture. Information technology helps all segments of society to be integrated and transformed through connectivity in facilitating the production, distribution, and consumption of information within the whole economy and society. We have integrated many processes within the digital environment, and for this, we have to recognize the efforts of many component parts of the government, such as the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, the National Identification Authority, and especially the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahood Bawumia. Who I understand has been nicknamed E. Bawumia. Our need for technological reinforcement within all our structures and spaces is unending, and we will continue to push the frontiers of our engagement with the technologies of information, economic development, and human transformation. We must be cheered by the improvements being made in the National Health Insurance Scheme to make access easier. The scheme is currently one of the better digitalized institutions, and I hope they get the public support that they need. I note in particular with satisfaction that they have developed a self-enrollment mobile application, My NHIS, to self-enroll in the scheme, and this enables registration and renewal for oneself and others by linking NHIS cards to Ghana Card. 2022, over 5 million members' data was linked to their Ghana Card to enable them to access healthcare using the card. The National Health Insurance Authority has also improved its claim management processes with an emphasis on e-claims and paperless systems at all 4 claims processing centers. In the year under review, electronic claims processing was about 70% of all claim submissions. As of 31st December 2022, the scheme paid a total of 1.014 billion cedis to health service providers. Mr. Speaker, our drone delivery service is firmly established. In Ghana now has 6 centers for zipline drone services, making Ghana the largest aerial logistics distribution network in the world. Zipline, through the national scale drone delivery services, has delivered some 14.8 million units of life-saving medicals, vaccines, and blood products to health facilities in Ghana by the end of 2022. Childhood vaccines top the list with the delivery of 8.3 million doses, followed by 2.05 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Speaker, I must say, however, that the current shortage of some childhood vaccines in the country has concerned me greatly. This shortage, if prolonged, will affect negatively Ghana's childhood immunization program, which has been recognized as one of the most successful in the world. The WHO has only recently expressed worry about a steady decline in measles vaccination coverage globally because of the concentration on the fight against COVID-19. In accordance with our desire not to become part of this global trend, government has taken steps to ensure the stocks of these vaccines are procured and supplied as a matter of urgency and emergency. The Ghana Health Service has developed an elaborate program to catch up on children who have missed their vaccine immediately stocks arrive. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage all parents and caregivers to ensure that eligible children are vaccinated once this program begins. No child should be denied access to vaccination. Mercifully so far, not a single child has died as a result of the outbreak. This House has already passed into law the National Vaccine Institute Bill, which is yet to be brought for my assent. In the near future, this institute will ensure that no matter what happens to the global vaccine supply chain, we can produce our own vaccines locally. Mr. Speaker, government continues to prioritize agriculture as one of the driving forces for economic transformation. The experiences and lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict justify sufficiently our increased investment in the agricultural sector. Indeed, the sector recorded significant successes with an average growth rate of 6.28% from 2017 to 2021. This consistent growth over the period has translated into improved food security, job opportunities along agricultural value chains, and availability of raw materials for industry. To address the vexed issue of post-harvest losses, we have constructed some 65 warehouses, with the remaining 15 at advanced stages of completion. This intervention is adding some 80,000 metric tons to national grain storage capacity. $29.9 million United States dollars worth of machinery and equipment have been procured from Brazil to boost mechanization. Government will this year commence preparatory works for establishing a tractor and backhoe loader assembly plant in the Ashanti region, and continue capacity building of operators to ensure effective management and prolong the lifespan of agricultural machinery. Mr. Speaker, the impact of climate change and variability on global agricultural activities is a call to all of us, and indeed all countries, to adopt appropriate technologies and other innovative practices for sustainable agriculture and resilience against food insecurity. Government's response, among others, has been to continue to invest in irrigation infrastructure, both large and small scale, across the country. In 2022, government completed the rehabilitation and modernization of large-scale irrigation schemes at Tono, Bong, and Bong Left Bank projects. The three schemes are expected to provide 6,760 hectares of irrigable land for all year-round crop production. Phases 1 and 2 of the Tamale irrigation project have also been completed, with Phase 3 of the project at 57% completion. Mr. Speaker, we are now at the most difficult stage of electricity provision around the country. The parts that are left are the very difficult to access area. The national electricity access rate increased from 79.3% in 2016 to 88.54% in 2022, making us amongst the top 6 in Africa, and we're still expecting to achieve the 90% universal electricity rate by 2024. To reduce transmission system losses and voltage fluctuations, and to improve the overall quality of power supply, old lines are being replaced on the western, eastern, coastal, and middle corridors. It is worth noting that 3 new substations have been commissioned between 2021 and 2022, thereby improving reliability and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, has since the last quarter of 2022 embarked on an aggressive digital transformation program. In the first phase of this program, set to be completed by end of April 2023, the focus is on creating a cashless and efficient payment system. I'm pleased to announce that on 1st March 2023, all ECG district offices became cashless. This is a major achievement by all standards. Since the start of this transformational program, we have so far seen a 25% increase in the monthly revenues. The second phase of the program will see the digitization of postpaid bills and the digital tagging of all meters. In our estimation, these initiatives should increase the monthly revenues of ECG by some 40% before the end of this year. I firmly believe that the initiatives which have been so boldly rolled out by ECG, will make revenue leakage a thing of the past and address consumer pain points in their interactions with ECG. Mr. Speaker, we continue the fight against galamsey with the support of the security agencies in the short term. However, we're determined to promote responsible small-scale mining through community mining schemes. So far, 16 of these schemes have been commissioned, with 3 more to be commissioned by the end of this year. All these schemes are supported with gold cutters, pieces of equipment designed to help small-scale miners to extract gold from the ore without the use of mercury. In 2021, I launched the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program. The program employs several youth in the production of seedlings and reclamation of degraded mine lands. Currently, reclamation is going over 1,000 hectares of degraded lands in Ashanti, Eastern, and Western North regions. Mr. Speaker, on the international front, I should state that having gained a seat as a non-permanent member of the Security Council for the years 2022 and 2023, Ghana, as one of 3 non-permanent African members, is working vigorously to push the African agenda, which includes the fight against terrorism and the reform of the UN Security Council. I'm pleased to state that good progress is being made on the reform of the UN Security Council. A U.S. president, for the first time in the person of President Joe Biden, and the French president, Emmanuel Macron, have both embraced the reform process. It is our hope that the leaders of the 3 other P5 members of the Security Council will soon do the same and help bring about this much-needed reform that will bring greater effectiveness to the work of the United Nations and the Security Council in the maintenance of international peace and security. We continue to be active members of the African Union and ECOWAS and support strongly measures both bodies have taken against unconstitutional changes in government in our region. We're working with our partners in the region to strengthen regional cooperation in the fight against the terrorist menace in West Africa, hence our commitment to the Accra Initiative. Mr. Speaker, our decision to prioritize tourism as a key policy for economic diversification, job creation, and growth is clearly paying off. The World Economic Forum report of 2021 Travel Index ranks Ghana as the #1 tourism destination in West Africa. The potential contribution of tourism and the arts to GDP is therefore one that we must nurture and emphasize. Both domestic and international tourism are rebounding significantly from the severely disruptive impact of COVID on the travel and tour industry. International arrivals nearly trebled last year from a low of 355,158 in 2020 to over 915,000. Domestic visits to tourist sites are also up by over 55.7% during the period. All these have been made possible by deliberate marketing initiatives and upgrades of tourist infrastructure by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture and its agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority. The Beyond the Return initiative, which I launched in 2019 as a sequel to the Year of Return, has reignited excitement about Ghana as the hub and a mecca for the global Pan-African, a home every person of African descent must visit at least once in their lifetime. A few days ago, at a historic ceremony in Washington, D.C., we conferred Ghanaian citizenship on Mother Viola Fletcher and her brother, Uncle Red, 108 years and 102 years respectively, 2 of the only 3 living survivors of the Tulsa Massacre of 1921. In May this year, I'll be chairing a tourism stakeholder retreat on rethinking tourism for national development and job creation. I've tasked the ministry and its agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority, to work on the modalities to bring together all the stakeholders within the industry. Over the next couple of years, my government will deepen even further our efforts to make tourism a strong primary source of growth for the economy. Mr. Speaker, Monday was 6 March, our Independence Day. And this year, we had the main celebrations in the Volta region. I made the decision to rotate the Independence Day anniversary celebration in order to enhance the cohesion and unity of our nation and to make it clear to all segments of our population that we are all part of the One Ghana project. I'm glad to inform the House that it was a happy and grand event set against the breathtakingly beautiful background of the Adaklu Mountains. Mr. Speaker, 60 years since our independence, Ghana has taken steady strides to become a more developed country. The Ghana of 1957 is not the Ghana of 2023. We've come a long way since the days of our 6 million population, with very few modern amenities for its people. Today's population of 32 million, with a growing stock of modern infrastructure, spanning drones to supply medicine, to the Ghana card which identifies each of us as proudly Ghanaian. As President, I have championed the innovation of policies and the execution of projects that will help improve the quality of life of the Ghanaian people. And God willing, I'll continue on a path that brings the most benefit to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, things may be dire today. Nevertheless, we must count our blessings. Our petrol stations have fuel, and we've been spared long winding queues to fuel our vehicles. Our markets and shops are, by the grace of God, well stocked, and we have not been faced with the prospect of the rationing of basic necessities such as fruits and vegetables. Our children's schooling has not been interrupted. We've continued to provide free SHS, free TVET, and paid teacher and nursing training allowances. Our electricity supply has been consistent, and we have been spared the hardship of doom so during such a trying time. Our country continues to be stable and at peace. Throughout history, there are many instances of nations going through periods where dark clouds create shadows that momentarily shield the yearn for vision from sight. Such moments should not be ones in which despair takes over. Such moments call for strength of character, sense of purpose, and an abiding commitment to the general good. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, fellow Ghanaians, let us believe in ourselves and in our capacity to overcome the problems that are before us. This is a phase, and with every fiber of my being, I am certain that this too shall pass. We have done it before, and we will do it again. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your attention.
Well delivered.
Thank you.
Well delivered. Honorable members, honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 58, I wish to convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. In fact, the leadership generously decided to use more than a week to debate this address. And honorable members will all have enough time to have a say. And that is why I wanted you to listen first before you can respond. I want to thank all of you for the cooperation, and particularly His Excellency for attending upon the House to perform a constitutional duty. We are extremely grateful. Honorable Majority Leader, is there any indication regarding, I'm going to restrict you, the adjournment of the House? In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment?
Speaker, we have listened to the President, who was on his feet for 1 hour, 20 minutes, to indeed lead us on a path of righteousness, to really identify where indeed we are as a country. The facts and figures do speak for themselves. But of course, the Speaker, as we have all seen, nearly thereafter, some people rose up and sang a chorus that all belie. Mr. Speaker, as we said, we are going to have ample time to debate the content as presented to us. But clearly, what we have seen is symptomatic of what we are going to say from tomorrow. We have made up our minds, don't convince us with facts. That is the attitude of some people. And the Speaker, is 12 noon, not yet 2 o'clock, and preparatory to the beginning of the debate tomorrow, and not to dilute whatever has been said and indeed presented to us and to the nation. Speaker, I would on this occasion move that this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so move, the Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, let me also thank His Excellency the President for the presentation of the message of the state of the nation. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, there is indeed a widespread of despair and disenchantment among our people. millions of Ghanaians are going through unbearable hardships and excruciating pains. Our economy is in its worst shape in decades. In fact, Ghana's economy is bankrupt or insolvent. We are currently unable to repay our debt. Ghana has officially defaulted in the repayment of our debt since January 2022. Mr. Speaker, yet, Mr. President, your government is failing to cut down on the size of government and public expenditure. Ghana is witnessing hyperinflation, largely because, Mr. President, your government allowed the Bank of Ghana to print 50 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2022 and another 4 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023 first quarter. Mr. President, let it be noted that this expenditure financed public expenditure on the overbloated government expenditure. Our position is that inflation is currently rising. Monetary policy rate is also at 28%. Ghana cedi is at has depreciated by 20% in January alone. Mr. President, unemployment is exceedingly high at the record levels. And as we speak, Mr. President, lending rate is at 40%. Mr. President, our economy is in tatters largely because it is self-inflicted. Your government inflicted on us and failed to act. Mr. President, this is your scorecard. This is your scorecard. And this is the true state of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I second the motion.
Honorable members, I'm sure you now see the wisdom in my earlier statement restricted them to just move the motion for adjournment. You all know I was there before. Experience is the best teacher. I now put the question. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, today is International Women's Day. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all our beautiful ladies here and all ladies in the world for partnering men to get us this far. I want to assure all the women that I am here for you. Honorable members, as a result of that, with the request of the women caucus leaders in Parliament, I approved a facility for all our women here to proceed tomorrow to reach out to all women in their constituencies and women everywhere in the world. Honorable members, this is part of the 30-year celebration, and I want all the men, honorable men here, to partner the women to make an impact this year. With this, I put the question again. How many times do you got? As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 9th March. Thursday, 9th March 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akufo-Addo? Download to Lemonade Finance.
We shall be standing for the ministerial salute. Guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I wish to welcome you all to the Tema Sports Stadium. Today, the 6th day of March 2023, for the Greater Accra Region celebration of Ghana's 66th independence anniversary parade. Henry Ochi is a multi-dimensional professional with expertise in sales, marketing, marine services, with a special interest in security and intelligence and public services. Honorable Henry Ochi has a great political experience. Ranging from grassroots party activism and organization to political strategy and organizing campaigns of the current president within the Greater Accra region. They have just sent some physical tablets and gentlemen and things. They deserve a big round of applause. Our gallant security services are great. The men who have been responsible largely for the security and the feature to enjoy Africa Council this morning, they are here to tell us that they are ever ready and willing to serve our mother Ghana, and even more so ready to put their lives down for this country. At this time, the various schools of the join. This brings the students bring so much nostalgic feelings to some of us. It takes us back to those days when the Ghana Police Service the Council of Division confidence Ladies and gentlemen, they are grounding their rifles, and from what we can see, it seems that they are aligning their rifles for some inscriptions on the floor. At this point, we cannot clearly see what exactly their rifles are beginning to inscribe on the floor. They now retire back to where they have passed from. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that it is clear what the rifles were used to inscribe on the floor. From a higher ground and reading from the left to the right, facing the contingent, the inscription on the floor of the stadium is the number 66. This is to indicate to us all and the world at large that our Ghana country, or our country Ghana, is 66 years old today. Shall we please rise for the ministerial salutes? Shall we rise, please?
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akufo-Addo? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Thank you very much, Kojo. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, let me thank you for this pleasant opportunity to address you on the shortage of some childhood vaccines in the country and matters arising and the outbreak of measles in the WHO thing. And the outbreak of measles in the northern region. The Minister of Health has been seriously concerned about the shortage of some childhood vaccines and their effect on the vaccination program in the country. This is a major source of worry for the ministry partners, caregivers, and the population. We are aware of the implications of the shortages, including disease outbreaks and effects on child survival. The expanded program on immunization, EPI, has been a flagship disease control program in the country, and arguably one of the best programs, if not the best, in the sub-region, with high coverage levels of over 95%. We have an established system for forecasting, procurement, supply, and distribution of routine vaccines and monitoring their use. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is true that we have had some vaccine shortages in the country since the last quarter of 2022. The vaccines in short supply are BCG, measles, rubella, and oral polio vaccine, OPV. This shortage is nationwide. The recent shortage in vaccines for measles, as regrettably as it is symptomatic of the steady global decline in measles vaccination since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And permit me to quote from a WHO recent publication on the subject that puts the challenge we are dealing with into perspective. And I will quote: measles vaccination coverage has steadily declined since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, a record high of nearly 40 million children missed a measles vaccine dose. 25 million children missed their first dose, and an additional 14.7 million children missed their second dose. A joint publication by the World Health Organization and the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports. This decline is a significant setback in global progress towards achieving and maintaining measles elimination, and leaves millions of children susceptible to infection. In 2021, there were an estimated 9 million cases and 128,000 deaths from measles worldwide. 22 countries experienced large and disruptive outbreaks. Declines in vaccine coverage, weakened measles surveillance, and continued interruptions and delays in immunization activities due to COVID-19, as well as persistent large outbreaks in 2022. Meaning that measles is an imminent threat in every region of the world. The paradox of the pandemic is that while vaccines against COVID-19 were developed in record time and developed and deployed in the largest vaccination campaign in history, routine immunization programs were badly disrupted, and millions of kids missed out of life-saving vaccinations against deadly diseases like measles. This was said by the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus. Getting immunization programs back on track is absolutely critical. Behind every statistic in this report is a child at risk of a preventable disease. This was published on 23 November 2022. It's a joint news release between WHO and the United States CDC. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's Minister of Health has been making efforts to ensure we secure adequate stocks of vaccines despite this global challenge. We have made all necessary efforts to ensure that despite these challenges, we secure adequate stocks within the next few weeks. It is important to correct the erroneous impression that there have been deaths from measles in Ghana recently. For the avoidance of doubt, there have been no deaths from the recently recorded spike in measles cases. Indeed, there have been no deaths since 2003 in our country, though we have recorded cases annually. Finally, despite the challenge, Ghana's immunization coverage remains among the best in the world, and in 2021, we recorded 95% coverage. Working with UNICEF, we are fast-tracking the processes, and it is expected that vaccines will be supplied in the next few weeks, all things being equal. The Minister of Health, ladies and gentlemen, will ensure that we stay on track with immunization record and quickly overcome these bottlenecks. Let me thank you, our friends from the press. I thank you for your attention.
Honourable Minister, thank you for that very quick update. Colleagues, this is a good time to take your questions. So if you kindly identify yourself, I will take your question and the Honourable Minister will respond to your question. He's provided an update of what the situation is in Ghana and what the situation around the world looks like, and has also provided the commitment of the government of Ghana in tackling it within the next few weeks, all things being equal. So, I'll take a first batch of 4, if there are any takers. 1. This will be the first briefing with only 1 question. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is John Awuni Kesbin. Honorable, when you were summing up, you did mention that the last time somebody died of measles was around 2003, or since 2003, nobody has died of measles. And you alluded to the fact that WHO in the past has always praised Ghana for the way and manner the public health sector has been managed. Not quite long, the Director General was in Korea for some award regarding to how they've managed certain public diseases in the country. So I wanted to know exactly when will we be getting the vaccines to help curb what is being in the media space, i.e. propaganda and other things that is going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take another question if there is another. And I think that one, the statement already captured it. The Minister says in the next few weeks, all things being equal, it should be resolved. So I think the answer has been provided to that already. If there are any questions, any other questions, I will take them. Yes, sir. May I also mention that the head of the expanded immunization program, Ghana Health Service, they're all here. So some of the questions, I'll throw them to you. So please get ready. Buckle up. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Akufo-Addo from Kasapa FM. The minority in Parliament today is threatening and disclosing that the government of Ghana is owing the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, that is the Gavi, an amount. And as proud to that, they are threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines supplied to Ghana. I want to find out from the minister, is the ministry aware that the Gavi is threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines?
First of all, is it true? Not that is the ministry aware. Is it true that Gavi is threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines that have been supplied to Ghana?
And then they are also threatening and disclosing that government is owing Gavi. How true is that? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Kasapa, 2 questions. Is it true that Gavi is threatening to withdraw 10 vaccines that have been supplied to Ghana? And is it true that government is owing Gavi? And maybe while at that, if I can add to that question, I mean, generally, what is the structure in terms of payment of Gavi and all of these alliances, etc.? Do we pay in advance or do we have, credit lines, whatever? So that if somebody says you are owing, it's understood in a particular context. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Noble. I work with TV3.
Hi,
I'd
Noble.
like to ask these questions. This has gone on for about 6 months, so you mentioned the last quarter of 2022. My first question is, what are the plans for sustainability so that we don't find ourselves in this situation in the coming years? And then just to clarify, is the minister saying that the vaccine shortage is also as a result of the outbreak of COVID-19? And then my last one is more personal, but how does the minister feel when he sees, mothers scared for the lives of their babies because there are no vaccines for them? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the second matter, I'd like to deal with it right now. The minister has not said that it is because of the outbreak of COVID-19. He did not say that. I'm sure you all heard the statement. We'll make a copy of the statement that he read available to you in hard copy and in soft copy. He has not said that it is because of the outbreak of COVID-19. He has given an explanation of what the global situation is and what the Ghanaian situation is, so that as you report to your audiences, you can contextualize what the situation is. So, Minister, the other 2 questions will be, what are the plans for sustainable supply? Ghana Health Service, I want to throw that question to you. What are the plans for sustainable supply of vaccines moving forward? We understand the global nature of the situation, but what are the plans for sustainable supply moving forward? Minister, there's a question to you personally. How do you feel when you hear people's pain and worry and cry that this may be something a bit more dire than we are imagining. So I'll bring that one to you. The second one, please permit me, I have struck it down because I think it's clear what was said. Yes, sir. Yes, oh, sorry, madam, sorry. Just wait for the microphone so that those at home can hear you.
So during the minority...
Your name, please.
My name is Agnes. I report for the Chronicle.
Agnes
so
Chronicle.
During the minority presser, they also indicated that the National Insurance Authority has said an amount of 72 million that was released for the purchase of vaccines has been released to the ministry. So I want to find out how true is that. If it is true, then I would really like to know the cause of the shortage of the vaccine. Because you are saying it is not as a result of the COVID-19. And if it is also not as a result of financial issues, then what actually is the cause? Thank you.
Very well. I'll take a final one from the back.
Okay. Honorable Pastor, good evening.
Yeah.
If I may poku me free kingdom FM. Pastor, my question back here, figures, if I say, Honorable, if I share with the number of cases recorded so far, measles, no. If you record, they say 100, if you say 120. To it, my exact figures. No.
Ghana Health Service. I'm sure you can help us with the statistics. Yes, okay. Thank you. So Ghana Health Service, first let me take responses to these ones and then I'll come back for another one. Ghana Health Service, if you can give us a status update on the number of cases so far. And maybe while at that, if there's some general trend analysis you can give us over the years, it will be helpful so that we can contextualize what we are talking about. There's also a question. There's a suggestion that the NHIA says that they have released some money for the purchase of vaccines. Honorable Minister, you may want to tell us where is that money? Has it gone to the necessary supply platforms or not? Noble had 3 questions. I struck down 1, which is now leaving 2. Plans for sustainable supply. So Ghana Health Service, give us the statistics and tell us about plans of sustainable supply. Then I'll go to the Minister, the question about NHIA and how do you feel. And then there's also a question about whether or not it's true that Gavi is threatening to withdraw some 10 vaccines they have already supplied, and whether or not we owe Gavi. So should I take some more questions or I should come back to you right now? Yes, Minister. So you do the Gavi one, and then how do you feel?
Kojo, thank you very much. This is quite personal. As a human being, when somebody is dying, when people are crying for help, you have sympathy. And everybody expresses passion towards such people. I can't just look on and so wickedly turn my face away. So I feel like when COVID caught us and everybody was dying and we were all panicking, how everybody felt after seeing a patient in an ICU installation on a bed, dying and grasping for oxygen. That is how I feel. The irony of it is that we have brought a lot of politics into this very interesting national matter. Fortunately, I'm a member of the Gavi board. So the type of things my colleague is talking to you guys can never be true. And you can mark it. Because of our performance on vaccinations, including even COVID, Gavi has elected and selected Ghana to have one of their board meetings here in December this year. That is how far we have gone. So what we have, we are using politics to drive people away from us. What we have, we are using politics to destroy this. Look at the script I wrote, the report by WHO and US CDC, the number of countries where we are seeing even deaths. And here in Ghana, for the past how many years, since 2003, 30 years, no death caused by measles. The recent outbreak, nobody has died. So what are we about? Lies or national interest like this? Somebody asked about what we have done with the release from health insurance. These are the details of what we have done with the 72 million. And I'll read. On 29 June 2022, part transfer of funds to settle Ghana co-financing and cost of traditional vaccines and devices for 2022 from NHIA, 25 million Ghana cedis. On 7th October 2022, payment for transfer of funds to UNICEF to settle Ghana's co-financing and cost of traditional vaccines, 10,750,000 Ghana cedi. 22nd November 2022, part settlement of GOG co-finance obligation traditional vaccines and devices, 30,111,000. 31st December 2022, when the year was coming to an end and we needed to ramp up our monies that NHIA should give us, we also did under transfer similar narrative, 23 million Ghana cedi. In all, we have a total of 71,861,000. How does it compare with 72 million? Apparently just about the same. And the irony of it is that that man has got this. I'll end there.
Minister, thank you. So, Minister has demonstrated to you where the money is gone to, and as he's mentioned, in the next few weeks, they are expecting that they will be able to get the necessary supplies to deal with the situation, all things being equal. He's also mentioned, he says we also don't owe Gavi. We don't owe Gavi as at now. We don't owe Gavi. And he's also mentioned the global context. Colleagues will also make available to you, let's say you don't believe him. Read what the WHO and the entire world community is saying about the situation currently. And I'm sure you'll be able to put it in context for your audiences. So I'll take another batch of 4 and then we'll be wrapping up. Madam, I'll come to you because you had an earlier take. I'll come to you. Let me see if there are others before I come to you. Are there any other takers? If not, then I'll come to you to wrap up. Do you have a, yeah? Yes, sir. I responded to that earlier, that had been dealt with. He said in the next few weeks, all things being equal.
So if we could get some dates to few weeks could be months.
I think that the minister has been quite clear with the answers has been given.
We're still here a few weeks, and
yes,
that was soon. We're still, few weeks is not substantive enough to give some assurances to parents and families who need
I think the
vaccines.
response from the minister is that in the next few weeks, all things being equal, we should get supplies now that all of those funds have been made available to the necessary platforms. That would be the response from the minister. Are there others? Yes, ma'am.
My second question was not responded to.
Oh, sorry.
I asked that, so what is the actual cause of the shortage? We want to know what.
I think the minister provided that detail in his earlier statement, giving an understanding of what the global situation is. As I've mentioned, we'll also make available to you a copy of that, which he read earlier. That's a WHO statement that puts it in perspective. He will make a copy of that. Please let's make a copy available on the press pool platform so that you, our colleagues, can also get into the detail and then share the same detail with your audiences as well. Are there other questions? You've put it on the platform already. Thank you. Thank you for putting it on the platform. Are there other questions? Are there other questions? So, colleagues, we want to implore you. The minister's statement is being made available to you. The WHO statement is also being made available to you. The assurance from the minister on behalf of the government is that in the next few weeks, all things being equal, we should be able to get supplies to deal with the situation here in Ghana. That's point number 3. The claims that Gavi is owed, madam, the claims that Gavi is owed, I think the minister has responded to it. That cannot be it. There's a question about where funds available are. He's also provided details of where those funds have been transferred to the appropriate platforms to ensure supply. And he's given the assurance that in the next set of weeks or in the next few weeks, we should be getting enough supply to deal with the situation. We pray you to get into the document and then to share the information with your audiences as quickly as possible. Minister, we want to be grateful to you, yourself and your team, for joining us this afternoon for this very quick briefing. Colleagues, we want to thank you very much for attending upon our invitation. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
but bono is free. So let me try and translate this. Say, I didn't hear a shortage no vaccines a bini system no say. Now we be jina ha make us no say me can brofo kakra. Ni tietie mo an say WHO and the American CDC for I report to be. I say vaccines na yedi ye nkura no yedi wo be yeso be no ma ye wo be vaccines no. Enam COVID-19 say manufacturers no ne ye nyina obi attention say echo COVID vaccine so. COVID vaccine we are see develop on 10 pa ya say na utilize no very seriously can separate compare. Inti ama supply chains and say procurement systems in the supply of I disrupted. Just say I can't crack. And I'm saying in 2021 ebano vaccines na say the yankurano esatinya supply chain disruptions. Just say we order eba bi ohwa bi kwa enru nsembere. Ema ohwe information be dia mayesia. Estimated 9 million cases and 128,000 deaths from measles worldwide. To we are seeing now come because of Sanya Manunti. Nkuranya bi measles no over 9 million. Emma move 128,000 efrimu ewuye. Until they advising Safia COVID Nico form no, mani bianye no ho, and making sure say yetumi come back on track obebia newo. Ghana yenya shortages anyway. Outbreaks no ebiabaha. But no crepa yuma nipa bi policies in Tibembe Sebeka no cre. Ghana Health Service for any ministry nina. Yenya notice record free any of our hospitals, even including private facilities. Say measles eku akorebia. Ohwe enkuntabuma 30 years ni measles inku akoraba akunkura ewo Ghana ha. The last time obi baye 2003, 20 years right to 2023. 20 years. Until now, no dear as yanya cases no be, but akraba kunkura emfree. Nenya nano dear kwanam yanya case. As far back as 2013 and even beyond, every year biya yanya cases no be. Say wopani no, you know, passing no yenyo, ye biya kakra eba, ye biwa na perform pa, ye biwa na pejakoso. As far back 2013. Yet see nipa be 700 and something. Yenyamu 300 and a positivity rate na 42%. Say since 2002, I fear yenya infections kese pa enono. Enti that is our situation. Ye neka senior binu mekano, ni pengu senior binu mekano, and we are pushing ourselves to try to get back on track. Na ye juma. Make us say Ghana, o check the whole world 2021 immunization more. Yet we are one of the best countries that did immunization. Your coverage is 95%. And Gavi looks at, WHO looks at even 90%. They mark you well. And we are doing a lot of things. I have corrected our impression we see. Intikakre de beto Ghana for any sempanifor ne awophobia nya richemu. Say yet to an amon gentene pa a enchel bia basin sinubi ebidu Ghana hambe dia ye ejuma. Yanika abasopwe. So we will get our vaccines to work with. Yan UNICEF for no kasa dendrendre. WHO for so number 3 e pushy sebeya yebenya vaccines no. Abana so e pushy. Inti benya vaccines e dia yadwuma. After Ghana Health Service for planning. Say immediately our vaccines beba no. We will do what they call the ramp up campaigns are e be cover you know baby akamwa yentumi enye adwuma no ye no. But yebesre say vaccines no one will say vaccines we short way. I will force you. Everybody is talking about it. But we saw what make us say vaccine no go cry ye de ba binum pese bebe wo vaccine no binum fa be manko. Say see abi ni ho no one who the outcry apie ti mesre say hia nti ne Ghana na bi e kasa about vaccines are short. Ti ame ya adom na bi ba bia me na ni say enkra Ghana nyina bibenya ade no bi awo. Ebi wo ha eso do bako sisi make us 95% coverage ne ke se binu wuma se la adu no hokra no bango 2021 ntie no sa no se yare no ba wa wango bi no ebe kan na the outbreak ebraye But Ghana has a position home. Says a big country be a yet treaty. I will be a ma by Penisa and says BC. Yemani Hakra APM. Madam Wasi.
Minister, I want to say thank you in Bono, but I don't know how to say it in Bono. I want to invite the Ghana Health Service to quickly respond to the two issues that came up for you: the case track and trend, if you have it, and then the plans for sustainable supply even after this. Though Minister mentioned it in the local language, it's important for you to hit on it, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and good afternoon. I think mine is quite simple. The figures as far as the measles outbreak is concerned. I'll speak more about the northern sector where the outbreak is supposed to be. In 2022, we recorded a total of 120 cases. In 2023, as we speak now, we have recorded a case of 33. 2022, the global picture was about, national picture was about 398 cases. And as the Minister said, there's been no death so far. But I must add that measles, because there are still kids who don't get the vaccination, every 3 to 5 years, you're supposed to get some outbreak. And that's why we always organize a catch-up campaign for them. So this year, we are planning to do a mass campaign for them to mop up all those kids who don't get vaccine. As they aggregate, it becomes a big number and they can force transmission. So that is what it is. So clearly, we've had a similar number, higher number in 2011, but that was not because there was no vaccination, but because these are the same phenomenon that brings about some of these outbreaks. Minister has talked about the sustainability. I think there's always been a system of getting vaccination. That's why over the years we've not had any serious shortage of vaccines. But we will continue to ensure the systems are, the forecasting is done properly. We make procurement early enough and make sure that before anything happens, we are actually getting vaccines for all. There are several systems in place. The NHIA support system. There are also the ministry is working on taking some additional private funding if there's any shortage that to be able to deliver. So I think this is a hitch, but we must agree that over the years we've not had shortage, and that the same system that will be enhanced to make sure we don't come to this situation again. Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, so we'll draw down the curtain and we thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. I'm told that we've been live on Ghana Television and on TV3. We thank you for carrying us live. And for the rest of you, we thank you even ahead of your reportage. Thank you.
Drop your knife.
Watch the camera.
Drop your knife.
Take the knife. The other hand. Okay.
Watch the camera.
Put it there. Shake me.
Is sponsoring the special awards as well. Well done, little children. Well done.
This is our first time coming here, but last year when Ashaman we were first, so we are here to represent Ashama. Yeah, I have 8 years, 10 years, up to 11, 12. I'm very grateful because it was not easy. Looking at my children, their sizes and their ages, compared to the others, it was not easy. So I'm very grateful, and it was not easy to teach them, but I'll try as much as possible to work out.
Congratulations to you because your parade was so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
As 66, has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak. And therefore, I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough, but the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold the view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. Looking at the turnout, I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only host it within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region, and I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So, looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We, the citizens, have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority have their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. So there's no particular one person to do.
The
parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children, they put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
So Ghana is 66. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, tearing our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this, at least, because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's still 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like, we will improve more than this. Yes, because we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government and I'll give some to we the citizens.
Why would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders. And they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
They didn't allow people to vote. Nobody is accusing of overvoting because the beavers. And if the overvoting happens, everybody are going to court now. The beavers, we expose them in court.
Did you know that there are more Ghanaians in Nigeria than any part of the world? Well, now you know. That is the reason why happenings and events in Nigeria are of great importance to Ghanaians. Today on The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, we take a deep dive into the Nigerian election and the learnings we can take from it as a country. My name is Daniel Odro. Today I sit with 3 Nigerians as they give us an insight into the Nigerian election. You're welcome to The Lowdown. Gentlemen, good day and welcome to The Lowdown. I'll let you start by mentioning your name so that I don't get it wrong. So let's start from you. You are from the APC.
Yes.
But what's your name and what's your position?
My name's Otumba Lukman Taiwo Bakari.
Okay.
I'm the Director of Marketing Public Affairs Tinubu Shetima campaign and the APC Greater Accra Chairman.
Okay. Babatunde is a journalist with us. Babatunde Adiola is in charge of mynigeria.com. It's an online portal. It's a sister station or sister website of GhanaWeb.com. And he would also give us an insight from a journalistic perspective on how he covered the Nigerian election. Good day,
my
sir.
name is Chukwemeka Naji. I'm a coordinator for a dynamic ambassador for P2B in Ghana here. And we are working to have a new Nigeria.
Okay, all right. Let me start from you, because a lot of Ghanaians really resonate with Peter Obi and the fact that he was able to amass a lot of following on social media, especially from the youth. Are you disappointed that Obi did not cross the line and become president of Nigeria this year?
No, not the word disappointed. I'm so excited that Nigerians voted for Obi. And if you have followed the election very well, you realize that Obi suffered a lot of casualty. And there's no politician in the world that have done what Obi done in this very short period, less than a year. But the reason he did that is because he have a great antecedent that we followed, and we know what they have done in Anambra State as a governor. Obi is somebody who creates a lot of wealth, and he tried to save those monies for the betterness of humanity. Okay. He moved education from the last to the first point, the health to the last to the first point. Road network was his antecedent. And when all these things were revealed to the young men, and we realized that this is the kind of person we needed for Nigeria, we all moved towards him and follow him. Some of us who normally roam around the corridors of politics normally support, maybe PDP, APC, and all the old parties. But we didn't show up. From all walks of life, from all corners of Nigeria, the youth get up behind him. Because he says that he's going to move Nigeria forward from consumption to production. And you know what the problem of Nigeria is? We have a lot of area land where we can cultivate and export, but it's in the West because there's no government support. Okay. If you go to the hinterland, if you go to the street of Lagos, Abuja, the street of all the major cities in Nigeria, you see the young men doing all manner of casual work, illegality, like Agboros in Lagos went known with that. And the government are driving with 4x4, and you see one governor moving with about 40 Land Cruisers or Prados, as the case may be. In Nigeria, they like Lexus more.
Fueled by the state.
Yeah, fueled by the state. And you see him talking big, and most of the people who is the APS will be, taking advantage of others and creating a lot of nuisance. This is what will be
wanted to fix,
and the youth understand his point, and they voted for him.
The news coming in this morning is that he's filed a suit at the court to challenge the election results. Do you genuinely believe that even though he did well, he actually won this election?
The court of Nigeria should come to the aid of Nigeria, because Nigeria is at age of collapse. Why did I say that? This election was full of deceit. Before the election, what we were told to do is to support our candidate and vote.
Yeah.
You will be hearing something like, get your PVC, get your PVC.
Yeah.
Because the INEC told everybody that the election will count, your vote will count. And we're all excited about it. Because if you have watched Nigeria elections, the turn up is always low.
Yes, very low.
Very low. People don't want to get involved. But incidentally, this year is lower, where we have more people registered. Which is a irony of life. I don't understand how that works. But that is not true. People really turn up. But their vote did not count.
Okay.
What happened? INEC shut their server before the election. And nothing can be connected.
Okay.
And the vote of the people were rewriting the state. The governors took over. And all the state to be won was 10 against him. And this is very, very ridiculous.
But Obi won in Nigeria, in Lagos. He won in.
In fact, the score in Lagos, according to the two strong room that we have from another party and ours is about 900 votes against 150 something of APC, the presidential candidate. Okay. It was now shared almost equal, 472 and 572 and 583. So you just realize that the deed was much. INEC have become a fraudulent institution, and I'm not going to withdraw it. If they are not, they would have done better. Election are being rigged in a different way. You used to know, like you see them buying the votes, pushing people to vote against their will, but then when they collect the money, they will vote. But this time, everybody was ready to vote for me, and we voted for him. Instead of allowing this vote to count, INEC refused. That is strange. So if the Supreme Court could not put all those things into consideration and allow this thing to stay the way it is, it means they want to create anarchy in Nigeria.
Does it mean you've already given up before the petition is looked into?
No. Why should we give up?
It looks like you don't even believe that the courts are going to...
No. We believe the court very well, but we have second option.
Okay. And that's what? The second option will be what?
To face our adversity, one-on-one.
Are you preaching chaos in Nigeria?
I'm preaching peace. You see, some of you thought that the peace is in absence of maybe crisis. No. Peace is after crisis. That's when you get real peace. Real peace comes when you fought and everybody understood the reason why you are defending your territory. Let me tell you something. If an armed robber can come to my house and take a machete and threaten me and take my phones and run away, and I remember that I have a stick that I can use to throw on him, I will do that. If I throw him to pull him down, because people in my head and people will say, oh, why did you wound him? I see. I'm sorry about it. Is he wounded? Let me tell you something. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. People thought they are smart. I believe that Nigeria should change the narrative for all Africans to follow. The Europeans that we are running into, do you know that if you bring visa for, there's no country in the world aside Africa that people will not go from Nigeria and Ghana. There's no country in the world. All the Asians, you can take somebody to banana or plantation, they will be okay there because there's what security, there's at least food, there's a light, there's whatever amenities. And people don't need much. They don't need much. What they needed is a peace of mind. But our case is totally different. You can, even as some of us who feel that we are comfortable, Master, you are not comfortable in anything. Okay. You go to a village, people are lining up depending on you to give them what? Give them what? And when the people are telling me they are dropping out the WAEC exam, they cannot register, they don't have money, and I was shocked. And I'm going to connect to register for many people because there's a trouble. If my children were able to go to school and all my brother's children could not continue, what I am building? I'm building a collapsed house.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to you. Otumba, your candidate has won. I mean, Tinubu is managed, we call him the landlord of Lagos, managed to win. But first of all, he lost in Lagos, where he is proclaimed to be the landlord. Lost to Obi in Lagos. And secondly, if you combine the vote of the two opposition parties, they had more than the winner, which is Tinubu. Does that mean that more Nigerians do not want his candidature?
Thank you for having me again. Tinubu came into politics in 1991. He won Lagos West senatorial seat in 1992. He fought the military when they annulled the 1993 election won by MKO Abiola. He was detained. The house was burnt. He went to exile. He continued with Nadeko fighting them. In 1998, when we were done with the military rules, when we are going to the Fourth Republic, he has to return back. He wanted to go back to Senate. But the leaders of the Southwest said, no, you have done enough to regain this democracy. Come and manage Lagos State. He won in 1999, sorry. He won the election again in 2003, when the rest of the Southwest governors lost. Obasanjo rigged them out. When he was leaving, he brought somebody, his predecessor, which is Babatunde Fashola, the current Minister of Work and Housing today. He won. They won again in 2011. He won in 2019. Look at the number of, he won in 2015, he won in 2019. So why this year story is different?
Yes.
If Obi is so good,
yeah,
he won election in 2006. He won in 2006, right? He finished in 2010. He won another one in 2010, right? When he was going in 2014, he brought Obiano. But he has brought two people. He has supported PDP candidate in the 2018. He lost. He supported PDP candidate in 2022. He lost. So does that mean he is not good enough for the people of Anambra? But haven't I said that? Lagos is a cosmopolitan state. So, and we should be able to understand that what happened in Lagos will surely happen. People don't understand the policy of the scarcity of Naira. A lot of people were affected, and they took their anger to the poll. So we expected that. But haven't I said that? The policy was not well implemented. But Mr. President needs to make a statement and do something with that. But he knows that we have to pay price for the scarcity of Naira, because we felt the effect of scarcity of Naira during the election. It is the first time we've never experienced vote buying. That should have been the music of the opposition today, that they have used the Nigerian money to buy vote for the party.
Okay.
And when there was no vote buying, I couldn't see one. I'm still expecting people to send me video that this is where they are buying votes, because there was no Naira. And that was the intention of Mr. President. And I give glory to God that at least it affected us, but we have achieved something with it. What I don't understand about that, the question I was asking is, are we going to change Naira again in next 4 years? So, but by then, I think we must have found a policy or how to eradicate vote buying. That one is number one. There was nothing like overvoting. That's the good job of introduction of beavers. Nobody's talking about that.
Are you sure nobody's talking about
Nobody's talking about overvoting. What they are talking about is, they said they intimidated them. They didn't allow people to vote. Nobody's accusing of overvoting, because the beavers. And if the overvoting happens, everybody are going to court now. The beavers, we expose them in court, because we have seen that in the last Osun State election, that is in tribunal now, when the APC accused the PDP that one that they did overvoting. At the end of the day, when we got to tribunal, we could see that both of them did overvoting when they brought the beavers out. That's the same thing that will happen. The Labour will be able to explain how they got 93–94% in Southeast when it never happened in any other region in Nigeria. So everybody should be going there. When you go there, the APC as well will take their case in, and they will also take them. But what I'm saying is, I've not seen any of the PDP or Labour to state areas that they've rigged them.
Okay.
If you are claiming that they've rigged you, you should be able to pull down the evidence. That is when you are behaving as a patriotic citizen. When you are putting information out without evidence, I think you are causing so much harm to your country and to the institution like INEC. When he was talking, he was making some unaccepted statements towards INEC, and that's very, very unfair. If Obi had won, I'm not sure he would have made those statements against the institution. And we need to be very careful. What we are saying today, other countries will use it against us tomorrow. And that is why we have to be very careful. The beavers, people are not talking about it. Once you go, during election day, when you go, you have to go for accreditation and go back home. Maybe after 1 hour, you have to come back. The beavers has helped. It's made the process to be very speedy. You just do your accreditation and straight up you vote. And that's what, even with the scarcity of money, it affected the logistic of the INEC. Okay. And a few weeks to the election, the INEC chairman went to meet the CBN governor that, look, this issue of scarcity, they need money, they need to sort out logistic. But the Labour Party, Excellency Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, they were the ones supporting the scarcity of money, that we are complaining because we want to use the money to buy vote. Okay. And at the end of the day, they were the ones saying that the logistic did not arrive early.
How did you want the logistics to arrive when there is no money to pay? Okay. So we need to be sincere with ourselves. So what I'm waiting for people now, when people are saying election is not credible, what are your definition? Where are your facts? The definition of when elections are not credible, bring out areas that we have crisis. We agree that we have crisis. Everything, we don't expect everywhere to be perfect. Even America, over 200 years democracy, they have crisis. We experienced it in 2020. Okay. So if we have crisis, bring the list of area. I want to learn from people, because this democracy is not something that it will be perfect overnight. It's a process. Yeah. And as we are moving, we'll be learning. If you said we have crisis, do we have crisis in 100 polling units?
I'm sure they'll provide all of that.
Even people that we are communicating with now, they should tell us. They should tell us if we are communicating in a discussion like this. They should be able to state it. We have a 606 polling units. 606 polling units. And let's now look at it. Let's do the statistic.
Otumba, let's go for a break, and then we will continue with the conversation. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I'm having a conversation with three Nigerians, one a journalist, one with the ruling APC, which has broken the eighth, which Ghana's MPP is attempting to do come next year, and also a member of the Labour Party. We call them obedience in Ghana. When we return, we'll look at the future of Nigeria under Tinubu, and whether or not that is the best way to go. Nigeria's success is very fundamental to the sub-region and the entire African continent, which is why it's important to discuss their election and the fallout of that election. My name is Daniel Odro. Back after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back from the break. This is still the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. We're having a conversation about the Nigerian election. I'm here with Chukwuemeka Nanji, who is a convener of the Labour Party representing the Obedient. And he is of the firm belief that there was voter suppression and rigging in the just ended Nigerian election. Otumba Lukman Taiwo Bakari is also from the APC, and his candidate has just won an election, even though it's by only 37%. But he believes that Nigeria is heading in the right direction. Babatunde Adiola is editor at mynigeria.com, and he followed the Nigerian election. Baba, what were your learnings and the coverage of this election, even though you are not on the ground, you covered it with your team here? What was different from this election compared to previous elections?
Yeah, I think the beavers first, because...
So it's the first time the beavers were being used?
Yeah, this is the first time the beavers have been used in an election of this magnitude. The off-cycle elections in Anambra and Ekiti and Osun, so it was implemented.
Okay.
And it was actually very, very successful. So,
but those were in small numbers?
In smaller numbers, but in a general number or on a bigger scale, this was the first time the machine was actually introduced. And also the conversation has been about the mode of transmission. Okay. So now the opposition and of course the ruling party are arguing that INEC broke its own rule. INEC was supposed to transmit the results from the polling unit to an INEC server. Then from the INEC server, it's uploaded to the IREF portal.
Well, let me ask you,
the IREF portal is basically a portal where Nigerians and anybody interested in the poll could go view the results. Unfortunately, instead of INEC waiting for all the results to be uploaded on the IREF portal, it began announcing the results of the elections prior to uploading it. And that caused an uproar on social media. The conversation about that particular mistake started on Saturday around 9-ish, 10-ish, and that was when social media went agog. And they released a statement that it was a technical glitch, and they still wanted to proceed with announcing the results. But irrespective, that has been a controversy. And like you said, Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar are going to court
to challenge INEC, basically. They've demanded for the results of the elections, you know. So that's so far so good. That is where we have that is where we are with regard to the political parties. And again, this election has been one of the most competitive. You know, Nigeria has never had these voters registering for a particular elections. 93 million of them. Most of them were young Nigerians who actually wanted to cast their votes to ensure their votes counted. And 87.3 or so collected their PVC. So we expected a very, very huge turnout. Now, what is the conversation? The opposition, Labour Party, are saying, actually, Nigerians actually did go to the poll, but again, there was voter apathy, there was voter suppression. There are videos that have actually come out to explain that, okay, this could be the reason why the voter turnout was low. The ruling party are also, giving the excuse with regard to why we had just 23 million or 25 million Nigerians coming out to vote out of 87 million, you know, which signifies the least in Nigeria's history, 27%. You know, that is another thing social media was talking about. And the whole euphoria that surrounded Peter Obi, this is the first time, I guess, in any African democracy,
been a third force.
That has been a third force. I know in Ghana we've had
MPP, NDC. Yeah, we have Augustine and Co.
Abu Sakaras
also. In the past we had the likes of Guzitando and Co forming their own parties.
Yes, who have actually tried to compete with the two institutional parties. But this is the first time that we've seen in an African democracy a third force actually do well in a presidential election. It has never happened before. And I'm sure Peter Obi and Obedience must be commended for what they've done so far.
Okay. All right. Let me come back to you, Chukwuemeka. Would Obi take solace in the fact that relatively he's young, relatively, even at 61, he has an opportunity to come back in 4 years to compete again. He would have learned his lessons. He would have had enough time to reach out to the people and the Nigerian people to vote for him.
All right, thank you very much. Before I come back to you as well, let me use the opportunity to thank all the Nigerians who have voted for Labour Party and Obedient. And I'm also thanking Ghanaians who have prayed for us. Keep on receiving your calls and text messages encouraging us. And I can tell you that the Nigerian people have done it again. They have set the pace for every African country to pick, irrespective of what the outcome may be for now. The young people and the old people went out and voted for a new Nigeria that they expect to have. Whatever happens is a history, but let me tell you, there's no solace to be taken for anything. Nobody cares whether Obi becomes president or not. That is not our business. His Excellency Peter Obi, I'm not sure he wish or that is hard desire to become president of Nigeria. What will happen, if I will explain to you, is that his lifestyle have shown that this is what we need in a leader. Leadership must be moderate, must be honesty, his integrity life must be shown by the way he does things. He shouldn't be somebody who wastes, and he should have the people at heart. That is what Obi have done as a private businessman. Obi joined political ranks at a very old age. He's a chairman of a bank. He bought the highest share of a bank in Nigeria through his trading activities. He's not somebody who goes to government house to look for contract to supply and get exchange figures. So, based on that line of action or the lifestyle base, when they forced him to run as a politician and convinced him and he agreed, by him saying what his antecedents have been, people now, buy into that. And that is how Obedient was born. Before Obedient, we used to have what we call articulated. That was Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
And the PDP was ruling. But you see, the problem and difference between articulated and Obedient is that Atiku had been in the government, and this government have not said well about him. In fact, there's a lot of corruption allegation on him that is on the social media, even to the extent that his principal or his boss was able to say that this man have consumed a lot of Nigerian money. It wasn't, he could not attract the young people.
Okay.
Though he did well by attracting politicians who wanted to go maybe left from the right. But Obi case attract the young people because he was able to tell them that this is what I'm going to do. And you will know a man by what he says, know him well by what he do, and you know him very well by what he gave. Obi said something that they have done. When he became the governor of the state, I have said before, he changed a lot of things. You know, many people who did not know Anambra State, which is a state, a region like you call in Ghana, Anambra is like Ashanti. In a lot of things, they resemble. They have a lot of rich men. They have a lot of power brokers. You can never be a governor of Anambra State and perform well. It is impossible before me. It is impossible. You can never.
Why is that?
The reason is that everything is being hijacked by the people. They are rich. In fact, it will be very difficult for you to see somebody as a politician that will come and stand for election and is one of the top richest. No. Those guys are there like they are there, they relax. And when you come, they will tell you what to do.
Okay.
So, and one of the policies Obi brought out to tackle them is this fact that when you call, this is Chief Aggregate Bowan, I would like to see you, His Excellency. I say, okay, sir, please, what time do you give me? I will come to your house. Obi says he don't want to buy them champagne because these people will not drink anything less than champagne.
Okay.
So you have to agree to visit you. Don't come to the government house.
So the government will buy you champagne.
So the government will not buy the champagne. You have the money, so you buy the champagne. Let's drink. And the Obi is not ready to take the champagne.
Okay.
So if you give him water, he drinks and move away. So whatever you want to tell him, you tell him. He sustained the tempo of the Anambra and make the place work out again. The road network become the best in Nigeria. He was able to win a lot of all these million challenge goals. You know, the standard that's set by international communities. He reduced the poverty level. He reduced the employment level of the state, and the state was able to move forward. Those testimonies is what the young people heard, and they said, this man have to come and replicate what he have done in Anambra in Nigeria.
So he has another opportunity to, assuming that he doesn't succeed with this petition.
We cannot continue with this, and let me just tell you, for the fact that you are supporting a vote today, because it favors you, be careful, because next time it may not favor you. We want to stop illegality in Nigeria, and we're going to stop it. And it's people that will do that. When the election was about to commence, I said this election 2023 is going to be a fight between Nigerians and the politicians. And I hope and pray that Nigerians will win. Many people say amen to that, people do not say amen. But then let me explain what I mean by that. The politician, who is a politician in Nigeria? A politician in Nigeria is, most of them are jobless individual who doesn't have any work. You see them spending above their incomes. Can you believe that a member, not a member, a leader of the parliament sent out, I think he was even holding gun himself, but they burned opposition parties' office and killed 3 people. They're still in police custody as we speak now. These politicians do not believe anything good for Nigerians. The only thing they care about is themselves. They can flew. When the election was about to commence, there's some people who call themselves G5 governors. Can you imagine, my brother, they flew from here to Europe and spend days and come back again and dance and go and get back again, private and come back again. They were doing this, and I said Nigeria is a patient place. It's already in this neck. We can't continue this way. And if you to keep quiet and and allow this thing to happen, I would be surprised. Because what you see, we're already dead. We're not living. There's nobody telling you that he's living in Nigeria. Otumba is here. He can tell you where the running water in Lagos, which is a big city. Every water that runs is a borehole in every house.
In Lagos?
Yes. If there is, maybe in a few, look, I'm not sure it can come up to 2 local governments. That's the bad as it is. They said they're talking about we are exposing Nigeria. I'm going to expose them more. They're not doing well. Why should I keep quiet? I've been enjoying in Ghana for more than almost 30 years now, and my people are suffering. I'm comfortable here. I have more house in Ghana than what I have in Nigeria. But I can't keep quiet. My house is even hot, even when there's air condition in. The food I eat have become sour in my mouth because my people are suffering. And I can't continue like this. We have the resources. It's only the management. We see the manager. Why are you forcing him out? The Nigerian people voted for me. He had more vote than anybody. In Rivers, the Governor Wike destroyed all the results. In Lagos, they destroyed the Agboros, did everything to suppress people. They were chasing some people that are sure they will vote for Labour Party. The issue is this. We need support of international community. And their support is that they should talk to the old man to go and rest. Tinubu did not win this election that announced him. Some of the irregularity in this election is laughable. Some people are telling that the election of 2019 are being used for 2023. And some people were saying, I think we see where I think Bauchi and Gombe was having the same scorecard. 133 for APC, 133 for PDP, with this whatever thing. The same thing, is that election. We find out that the election result of state was written on 20th on computer. It shows. But the INEC official will tell you that they are not receiving the electronic, they received the documents, the hard copy. Yeah. So it was on 26th they received or 27th. But it shows in all the screen that this thing was prepared on 20th February.
Okay.
You see, the high level of irregularity on this, don't talk about the server that was shut down. The INEC intentionally shut their server down on the election day, which you have told everybody that when you are voting, you vote. Your vote will transfer or transmit or transfer whatever, because we're looking for word name to, deceive somebody. They said we didn't say transmit, we didn't say transfer. But okay, let me use the word everybody knows. Send. Should be sent from the polling unit to the server. That was not done. At least that enough would have cancelled this election.
Okay.
And we are calling for cancellation of the election whoever is famous, whichever way. Let us go back and do the right thing.
Okay. So that's Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka is a convener for the Labour Party in Accra, Ghana. Usually this program is a very short 30 minutes program, but there's a lot to talk about. So we'll do this in 2 parts. We'll end the first part of this interview here, and then we'll have a part 2 because there's a lot more to discuss. What's the future of Nigeria going to look like? It looks like Chukwuemeka and Obedient wants the elections annulled. But does Nigeria even have the finances to organize another election at this point? There's more of the answers in the part 2 of this interview. My name is Daniel Ojo. This has been another edition of The Lowdown.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Akufo-Addo, download to Lemonade Finance.
Grab your knife.
Watch the camera.
Garden Milk, Anna Foods is sponsoring the special awards as well. Well done, little children. Well done.
This is our first time coming here. But last year when Ashaman, we were first. So we are here to represent Ashama board. Yeah. I have 8 years, 10 years, up to 11, 12. I'm very grateful because it was not easy. Looking at my children, their sizes and their ages, compared to the others, it was not easy. So I'm very grateful. And it was not easy to teach them, but I'll try as much as possible to work out.
Congratulations to you because your parade was so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
As Sister says, has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak. And therefore, I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough, but the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold a view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. I'm looking at the turnout, I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only host it within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region. And I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So, looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We, the citizens, have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority has their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. There is no particular one person to do.
The parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children, they put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
Ghana is 66. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, tearing our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this. At least because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like we will improve more than this. Yes, because we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government and I'll give some to we the citizens.
Why would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders. And they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this Akufo-Addo, download to Lemonade Finance.
Nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
In 2021, when I met him on set during Dance God Lloyd's interview, I interacted with him as his manager. Today, he no longer bears that title, and we are here to talk about issues pertaining to their splits and other matters arising. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. We'll be back after this break. Don't go away. Welcome back from that quick break. Joining us on the show today is Quabbles. He is the former manager for Dance God Lloyd. Quabbles, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Why are you laughing so much?
The way you introduced me as the former manager of Dance God.
Oh, aren't you the former? Or,
yes, I am.
Yeah, I'm guessing you never thought a time will come where they
I'll
would have to
like
address you as a former manager.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think that a time would come like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll delve into that aspect, but I want to ask about the academy and how it's running.
Okay.
A lot of people are actually thinking that now that Dance God Lloyd, who is assumed as the poster boy for the academy, is no longer there, there's going to be a huge difference. Is that the case?
No, not at all. So the academy is structured, and I mean, there's a lot of misconception out there. A lot of people think that it's just Dance God that started the academy, or the academy is for Dance God, but it was actually started by 3 people. It was Dance God, myself, and then Afrobeast. So we are 3. So we are 3 co-founders. So it's not what people think. Some people think, I thought he's the owner, I thought he founded this, but it was the 3 of us, and the structure is such that, like, if even the 3 of us who are the co-founders are not there, it's still supposed to run, because everybody has a role to play. There are people that work, under us, so if I'm not there, if Dance God is not there, if Afrobeast is not there, the academy is still going to run. It's like a structured company,
So I want to understand something. 3 of you co-founded
DWP Academy.
the group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, what monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair idea.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we started this together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person. As to how we split, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how come? How was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed
Dance God more?
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. He's the one I started managing, because he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, so that was my full-time job, but when my friend, told me about this, I decided to take, that path, and then he came to me someday and said...
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yes,
to
so at a point,
full-time on Dance
At a point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, work to go for meetings. It was difficult trying to, do both. So I had to, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. After school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go. I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Not doing 8 to 5, which is more of a secure job, where that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to dance at that time, where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Everything we did back then was for free, so it was a big risk, not knowing how things are going to turn out, and then deciding to take that career path. you know.
But how well was he doing when you met him?
When I met Dasgod, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million. You know, when I met him, he had 1,000. I had more than 100,000. So, and you see, aside what I was doing, like I was a model, I was into advertising, I was doing commercials, you know. So now with like all of the people that I knew in advertising and the brands that I knew, I wasn't talking about myself anymore. Like if they wanted to use me, I'll say, no, this is my talent now, use this person, you know. So it was like he was now starting. You know, at the point I met him, he was now starting, you know, like social media. You know, so I was literally managing his social media because like I had like, you know, the expertise with that. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Dasgod.
Okay, so I want to get something right here. 3 of you were co-founders, you, Afrobeast, and Dasgod.
Yeah.
So how come you doubled as his manager?
Okay, so because I was his manager before, and then he brought on his friend, which is Afrobeast. He said he has a friend from a chairman who is also talented. So I decided to manage the 2 of them. And after managing them for like 3 years, we were like, we cannot dance forever. Like, you guys cannot dance forever. Like, whatever we're doing, which is like getting recognition around the world, we need to make sure that like it lives forever. So we need to groom like the next generation, you know. So that's how the 3 of us decided to like, you know, set up the academy.
Okay, so to what extent or what level of investment, or what's the highest level of investment that you've actually pumped into Dasgod Lloyd, that when all these things happened, it struck you and you felt like I've actually done a vain job?
No, I don't think I've done a vain job because like I believe that like, you know, when they happened, I was like, maybe like I had done what I had to do, you know, maybe it was just time to move on, you know. And he has changed, like he's inspired a lot of people. Like I feel like indirectly he also like, you know, comes back to me because maybe if I didn't take that career path, all of the people that he's inspired wouldn't have been inspired, you know. So I don't think that my time was wasted in any way.
Okay.
You know,
so
the investment that I think that like I made, that I feel like he didn't really consider it's my time. You know, my time, and like I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like he knows that at the time, like I was working with a lot of brands at that time, you know. But now I'm like, no, it shouldn't be about me. I want to be backstage so that you take, you know, the forefront.
Okay. When the issue happened, there were rumors out there, of course, typical of celebrities.
Yeah.
Those massage the issues and act like there's nothing happening, but definitely it will come out, and then we'll all get to hear, and then the issue started dropping one by one. You, on the other hand, was silent for a long time until you decided to vent one day. And that was where like we realized that yes, there was something happening. Now I want you, I'm going to keep quiet and I want you to give us a rundown of how things started, how things got messy, and how things actually escalated in the camp, especially between you and Dasgod.
Okay, so like things actually didn't escalate in the camp because I don't know. I think that the academy guys actually like really matured because they didn't go out to say anything. They were very calm. They kept on doing what they had to do. Like things didn't change. If you paid attention to like the members and our social media, things didn't change. The work still had to be done. That's my like policy. Like no matter what, the work has to be done. Even if you have a misunderstanding with somebody, the work still has to be done. Like how did things even start? It's very funny. I think that, I mean, I was hearing rumors that, you know, he had a new manager and and I mean, he went on TikTok live to say certain things, you know. I don't remember what he said. I think he said something like some people are ungrateful and, you know, he said a couple of things, and the social media, and everybody was beginning to think that, you know, because we didn't do he didn't perform at that event. There was an event that he didn't perform, the one we did with Asha. People were beginning to know because he didn't perform at that event. That's why, you know, we have a misunderstanding. But it was so many things that led to that, you know. We didn't stop him from performing on that stage. Like, he wasn't available. I think he traveled to Nigeria at the time we were rehearsing, but he knew that we had a performance, but he decided to travel to Nigeria, like, without informing anybody, you know. And I mean, I think he came a day before the performance. But you see, those people that did that event, like, they're very structured. They already know that, okay, 20 people are going to be on stage. This is what we are going to do. We cannot last minute, like, make changes. Who are we going to take? Because we've been rehearsing for weeks. Who are we going to take out, you know? Or are we going to, like, it's going to change arrangements of everything, you know? So I literally asked, like, one of the people that were in charge of, like, the stage and everything, that we want to make changes to and they said it's too late, you know? So it wasn't our fault that he didn't perform, but social media, you know, like, people were just making a lot of assumptions that we decided not to, you know, let him perform, and he started the academy, and what do you put mean, and, you know, so many things. I really don't remember how everything unfolded, but this is where we are now.
But did you have an altercation with him? Did you both talk?
Did we? After everything? I don't remember.
You people never spoke?
Before the event or
during everything, like when you people, the misunderstanding started unfolding, you people didn't try to talk things out?
I think there was one time we did. That's why I'm saying it was so many that led to that. There was one time that we did, but I think he was not ready to listen to, you know, anybody, you know. So if you're not ready to listen, then...
So would you say that there was also some external forces that were influencing him?
Maybe the new manager, or...
Who is the new manager?
I don't know the person.
You don't know him?
Yes, I know the person by face, but I don't know the name.
Is he popular?
No. Yes, so there's a new manager, and I was surprised though, because that person that's the new manager, I've taken him to a meeting for a brand, and I saw that person in that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I think that I believe that he has his reasons for doing what he did, you know. But another part of me feels like it was kind of selfish, because, like, considering, like, every other person, the academy members and everything, like, no matter what it is, it can be resolved. You know, I don't know what it could be, because if you ask him, truth be told, he cannot tell you why. He cannot tell you why he decided to leave, or he cannot tell you why he acted the way he acted. He cannot pinpoint what it is.
Would you say that he used the Asha rumors
to be the reason
as a bait to actually...
Yeah. Yes. I think so. I think that the truth is that I think that he already had everything planned as to how he wanted to do things. So maybe the way things turned out, then it could make him... I think he wanted to be alone. I think he wanted to run things himself. You know, maybe he didn't want to be under management.
Okay. Let's take a quick breather here. When we return, we'll actually delve more into the issue. This is Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are still on the discussion surrounding the DWP Academy and their managers and whatever thing that ensued between the managers and the camp. We are discussing with quabbles here. So before we went on break, we're talking about how things, how events unfolded and led to the split. So right now, would you at any point, or would you ever want to know the main or the exact reason behind Dance God Lloyd's decision to actually be solo?
To be honest, I really want to know. Like, he literally cannot give, because I've asked him before, he wasn't able to give me a reason. You know, he cannot give anybody a reason why. You know, so I really want him to let me know why. What could be the reason why you take such a stand? Because we're building something big. You know, like, we're changing lives. Most of the people in the academy have like very interesting stories. Like right now, they're able to take care of their families. Like they have like a career that they make a living from. You know, people know them around the world. People are inspired by them. You know, so we're building something great. And then for your selfish reasons, I don't know, but I find it because no matter how I feel about Afrobeats or Lloyd, I will not let it extend to the academy because that's a different thing altogether, you know, because it's actually like our lives are tied to a lot of other people. So imagine what happened between Dance God and I also decided, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. What happens, you know?
How did his decision affect the camp?
The camp actually, like, you know, okay, I think it's been a while, so I'm not even remembering certain things. You see, I went on Twitter at a point to go and talk. I didn't want to ever talk about this, but the reason that, you know, I did that was because I heard, like, there were so many things that I heard, you know, and so many things I saw, like he trying to, like, get some of the members to turn against me, you know, or he even, like, planning to start a new academy, you know, things like that. And I'm like, how can you even think like that? Or how can you even, like, say things like that? You know, it didn't sit well with me, you know. But the good thing is that we told, like, our members, like, know that, like, even though this is what's going on online, the work still has to go on, and we have to stay together, you know. Even with my tweet, I said, like, regardless of everything, nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
So at that point, when things were going south, did any of your members try to actually follow him, or does any of your members have or owe allegiance to him to some extent?
I think they some of them kind of did, but some of them kind of, like, wanted to take his side, but the truth is that they are wise. Like, they know that, like, we're stronger together. You know, would you rather, like, be on your own or follow one person, or, like, stay with the whole group? You know, so everybody decided to stay together.
So Dance God Lloyd still remains the co-founder. What does it mean? Does it mean that going forward, every show or every project that you people hop on, he still has to be given his share of money, or what does it mean?
Yes, he's still entitled to his shares.
So now that you people are not really in communication, how do you intend to do that?
We're still looking at how we're going to resolve that.
So he has not reached out to you, his lawyers, nobody has reached
out?
So
we're working on that. We're really working on that. And I mean, I just hope that things turn out right, you know, or, like, and everybody is happy, you know. Yeah.
Okay, let's move away a bit from there and go to the Asha Global Citizen concert. Would you say that it's actually the biggest?
You know what, like, you see how people see, we've been doing a lot of big things for years. Like, we did Beyonce. Beyonce is literally, like, one of the biggest artists in the world. You know, we did Beyonce. We've been on BBC, we've been on CNN, we've been on Shade Room. You know, Ciara posted us, PDD posted us. You know, so, like, big names or big, like, people have, like, you know, spoken about us, or we've been on big platforms. You know, so Asha is definitely one of the biggest because, like, he's a big artist and he's also a dancer. You know, so the dancers see him as, you know,
an idol.
Yes, as an idol. You know, so that's definitely one of the biggest. Another one I know my dancers are, like, really looking forward to is Chris Brown. You know,
I was gonna mention that.
Yeah, so if they do Chris Brown, then
that's it.
That's
Like,
it.
hey.
Yeah.
So are you
if Michael
like
Jackson was alive, then
right? I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but are you trying to put some structures in place to make sure that happens, like the Chris Brown thing?
So you see, our way of working is that we work on ourselves to the point where, like, if the opportunity comes, you will use no other. Like, so we keep building on our brand. Like, the DWP that you knew last year is not the same DWP that you're going to see this year. Like, we're going to work on, like, our costuming, like, branding and everything. If Chris Brown wants to work with a team from Africa, he will definitely get to know that this is the best team that he should work with. So that's how we, because we don't have Chris Brown's contact. How is he going to work with us?
Chris Brown nowadays is all over, especially in Nigeria. You know, he's doing a lot of features here
And then somebody should connect us.
But so with networking and connect, how do you people, because you have people in the industry, when you want to like do those things, you fall on?
God is our biggest connect.
But
funny, like everything just like falls in place. Like, we do what we have to do. Like, with, you know, we always preparing for the opportunity. Like, we don't wait for the opportunity before we start working towards it. Like, we prepare ourselves. If there's a chance to go and perform at a concert or a competition in the US, we're ready. You know, that's how we move. So
I heard something during the Usher concert. I heard that they actually contacted you guys.
Yes, they did.
And that's also the case with Beyonce.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, with Usher, they reach out to Afrobeast. And with Beyonce, they reach out to Dance God.
Then you guys are big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that God is our biggest connect. We prepare and then to come.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when such messages hit your DM, how is the how do you react to it?
Sometimes it's like we're surprised sometimes, but at the same time, we know and we feel like, yes, we are the best to actually do the job. You know, like, for instance, Usher was it was interesting, but to be honest, after we did a performance and we were like, no.
I saw you.
Yeah.
I saw the team.
Yeah.
I saw you in particular.
Usher followed us. He followed us to our tent.
Yes,
yeah.
like
he didn't want to leave.
Champagne.
Yes, he didn't want to leave our tent. Like, he was in our tent before, after the performance, he came back into our tent. Like, he's a global artist. Usually, like, trust me, I'm not even going to lie. The Ghanaian artists will not do that. You are performing with them, you finish, but you don't even find the artist. The bodyguards will escort the artist out and then they will leave you somewhere. He followed us to our tent after, you know, the performance, and some people were speaking Twi. He's asking them, what's the meaning of this, what's the meaning of that? You know, like, it was, I don't know, I can't explain how that felt, but it was amazing.
But did that ended? Are you both still in touch?
Yeah, he even said that this is not going to be the last. Yeah, so maybe if Usher is doing some show somewhere, he's probably going to reach out to us, because our style is different from what he's used to. You know, like, even with, like, he's a great dancer, but our steps are different. You know, so he was actually, like, amazed. You know, Afrobeats actually choreographed the whole performance. Yes. Afrobeats actually choreographed the
Speaking
whole
of Afrobeats, why is he not really putting himself out there like that?
Okay, so you see, you asked me a question about why does it look like Dance God is the face?
Yes.
That's because, you see, two people cannot, like, drive a ship. You know, the plan was that it was like a tree. We put more attention on Dance God, and then it's going to transcend down. You know, so if Dance God is going up, it's going to affect every other person that he's associated with. We couldn't just push. If we were the Academy members, it's not everybody that blows up all of a sudden. There's a point that you realize that Afronita is shining. There's a point Endurance is shining. There's a point Official Starter is shining. Like, everybody has their time, you know. So Afrobeats time, like, I mean, he's had his time, and his time is still going to come. Like, it's just that, like, there are two different types of people. Like, he's not like so outgoing.
Yeah.
You know, but trust me, like I feel like he's the best choreographer I've met. He and Dance God are two different types of people. He's more of a choreographer. Dance God is more of a performer.
So you actually took the. You just did damage control. I was going to ask you that. Are you trying to say that
no,
he's
not,
better?
I'm not saying he's better. He's not better. One is a great performer.
Okay.
One is a great choreographer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So both of them made a
Together,
good team.
Yes, they are.
So that is also one side that has affected the team, right?
Yeah. You know, the good thing is that we've been together for a long time, and the team has also really learned from them. You know, because we have classes every Wednesdays and Saturdays, and for some time now, Dance God has not been teaching. Afrobeats has not been teaching. It's the younger ones that have been teaching, and people come for the class. A lot of people travel around the world and come here to take our class. Recently, we went to Dubai. So many people attended the classes. It wasn't Dance God or Afrobeats. It was Endurance, Afronita, but people were coming because they know they are equally good. You know,
so you're training people.
They've been trained. Yeah, they've been trained very well.
Oh, okay.
So now they can do,
yeah,
you know, certain things that like they used to do. Dance God Afrobeats used to do.
Okay, so you.
I'm not saying they are as good as them.
Yeah.
But they can, you know, do the work to some extent.
I see. So I'm going to ask you a question. Be very honest with me. I don't want any corny replies like how you celebrities do. What's your, with all the stages that you've mounted so far, which stage actually gave you your biggest paycheck? Or which project gave you your biggest paycheck?
Beyonce. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, it's Beyonce.
How much are we talking? No. Give me a range.
No, I can't do that.
Why?
No, I can't do that. It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce. Come on, it's Beyonce. Like.
Okay, give me a range.
Yeah, it's Beyonce. Like if I say it's Beyonce, you have to understand that.
Yeah, I know it's Beyonce, but
that's Jay-Z's wife.
I know it's Jay-Z's wife, but don't do that. Okay, give me a range.
No, I can't.
So is it in hundred thousands of dollars? No, you're not mentioning the figure, but is it hundred thousands of dollars? Or okay, 100,000 to 1 million.
Hey.
Couples.
What if it's more than that?
More than $1 million.
What if it's more than that?
So it could be.
It could be. It's Beyonce.
Hey! Who discount?
Mankashu.
Yo, Matse. And the Asha one, like, was it equally okay?
Yes, very good. It's Asha.
And they just said, now you people, your, how do you call it? Your prices have shot up. Oh.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know about other people, but anybody that works with us knows that, like we give you value for whatever you pay for. Like, we've made songs, global songs, you know. Like, I can mention Overdose. One of the reasons why Overdose is a very big song is because we created that choreography.
Don Jazzy's Overdose.
Yeah, we created that choreography. You know,
hey.
It's created by us, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Down Flat. That song blew up because of the dance. You know, Balance It. That song, you know, so we've made, and whatever the artist is going to make back is millions, you know.
So did they reach out to you, like did Don Jazzy big you up?
Yes, we were paid for everything that we do.
They paid? Everything
that we do, we are paid for it.
Hey! Oh, from here, I'm going to judge you for my own share. Oh, wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wow. So, now...
And it's not like we have everything that we need, though.
Don't do damage
no, it's
control.
true. No, I'm being honest with you. It's not like we have everything that we need. Like, we don't have a space of our own, you know.
You're still with Pulse, like...
Yes, we are at Pulse. Yeah, Pulse gives us their space to use. We've been moving from studio to studio. We used to be at One Airport Square. We moved to Jowlu. Now we're at East Legon. You know, so, like, what our dream and our goal is to, like, have our own space.
So what's stopping you?
They're
not getting an appropriate...
Yeah, we need a place. We need a place and we need support.
Huh? With your millions of dollars, you still need support?
We really need support. Like millions of dollars?
Yes.
Who said millions of dollars?
Yes.
Where is the millions of dollars?
I know you are worth more than millions of dollars.
We are worth more than that, but we don't have that. We are really worth more than that. sometimes we actually consider, like, because, like, if we want to charge people what we are worth, they will think that they will say the price outrageous, you know. So, like, we actually consider, like, looking at, like, the economy and, like, how things are going, and then we're like, okay, if this is what you have, we're going to work around it, you know. We do that for a lot of. We promote certain songs for free because we want to support, like, the culture.
Okay, so would you say, let's come back to this whole Dance God Lloyd thing. If today, if Dance God Lloyd decides to come back and says that, oh, like, let's forget about everything, I want to still be a part of you guys, I want to make comments and all, would you accept him back?
It's not about me accepting him. Nobody has taken his place. Nobody has taken his place. He decided to leave. So it is he that has to come back.
If he comes back, are you going to put in certain structures that will ensure that he doesn't come back anyhow? Like, how are you going to do it? Definitely you accept him, but once bitten, twice shy, right? It's going to come with conditions.
So if he comes back, he's not coming back. I'm not managing him when he comes back, but I mean he's coming back as a
a shareholder.
Yes, of the academy, you know. Yes.
Okay, so what project are you currently working on?
This year we want to travel around the world, you know, and we want to, like, promote more Ghanaian music. Like, sometimes we get comments where people say that, why you always dancing to Nigerian music? It's not that. Like, if we are being paid, you know, to do it, we shouldn't do it.
Like, Ghanaian artists, people pay so that they'll promote your songs.
So yeah, we want to promote more Ghanaian music. We want to work on a dance movie this year, and then we want to travel around the world and, like, you know, teach people our culture and, you know, our style of dance. You know, so that's, like, those are the things, like, kind of things that we want to do this year.
So, last question. Has your encounter with Dance God Lloyd actually stopped you from actually considering managing anybody in the future? Would you have a second thought?
You know what they always, I don't know why everybody said this. Everybody actually said this in the beginning, that why are you quitting your job to do this? And talents will always disappoint you. Everybody says that. But I don't know why I kind of felt or thought that, like, it's going to be a different, you know, but it happened. What everybody said actually happened, you know, but it doesn't mean that, like, because of that, I'm not going to manage anybody again. It's like a relationship. If a boy disappoints you or you know, is bad to you, it doesn't mean that the next guy is going to be, maybe the next guy might be bad, but it doesn't mean that you give up on, you know, love, right? Yeah, so, I mean, if I meet somebody that's talented that I feel like I can connect with, I'll definitely manage a person.
Your last words?
My name is Kwabos, co-founder of GhanaWeb Academy and manager of GhanaWeb Academy. Keep supporting us, keep, you know, sharing our stuff, and we're never going to disappoint you. My social media is Kwabos on every platform, QUABLES.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Kwabos. It was
so
a pleasure having you on the show. And all too soon, we've come to an end of today's edition of Talk Assignment. I hope you enjoyed every little bit of it. We hope to come your way another time. Till then, be good. We're out.
Man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian, tell the shit. And let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akufo-Addo? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Charlie, we are back again, Charlie. I really miss you all, and this is going to be my official first video, official like adventure video in 2023. I'm really happy. How have you been? How did you celebrate your Christmas? How's the new year? Let me know. Share in the comment section. I'm really interested. How I look for today. I'm actually here with Location Ghana. The first stop is in Ebri, and I hope you enjoy watching this vlog. So let's go. Let's explore Ebri. I meet the team behind Location Ghana.
Hello guys. Hi. I'm Walter Akins and this is Precious Anna, and together we are Location Ghana. Location Ghana is a travel company / media company, and we've been in existence since 2019. But we only started doing tours about a year ago, and yeah, we are the two powerhouse behind it, and this is the brains. This is the magic.
Yeah, so guys, we are about to begin the trip. I'm very happy. Meet Ola. Ola is my Benin friend I met today. Say hi.
Hi, how are you?
So yeah, we are leaving now. It took us 30 minutes drive from Accra Mall to the Ebri Botanical Gardens.
You're going to see things that you've not seen before. You will hear things that you've not heard before. Our old people say that if you sit at one place, you marry your own sister. Do you understand that? What is means is this: you have to go out and look for the woman. But if you sit at home, you will marry your own sister. That is why learning has a lot to offer than fasting. Every day we learn. The key to rest is learning. People who traveled, they don't easily become angry. Every learner is successful. So you're not only here to look at trees, but to also learn one or two things. You know, Ebri Garden is among the 1,600 botanical gardens in the world. It was established by the British in 1890. It covers a total land area of 160 acres. It's a very big place. So this is what you rub in your lips. Will you worry your husband again for money? You won't again. No problem. You see? Yeah. Teak. This is teak plant. Stick, you know, teak lipstick. You see, that's how it is. From the leaves. You see that?
Can I have one, please?
Yeah.
Thank
they use this to act.
So guys, this is how the plant looks like, and this is a natural lipstick. I'm going to try it myself here. I'm going to try it. Let's see. Just a little water. Oh, do you have water? Yeah, well, guys, look, you can even see my fingers are already red. Let me attempt to use for my lips. It's working.
You have to rub it well and put it in our lips. Shea butter tree. Look at that. Shea butter tree is this. The fruit is edible, very sweet fruit like mango. Shea butter. Hope you know shea butter, right? Do you use shea butter?
Yes.
Good. This is the tree you get the oil from. In fact, from the seed that is being processed to make the oil, it has to go through a lot of process. It's very difficult. And the fruit is edible. The bark of the tree is medicinal. When you have runny stomach, you cut the bark, boil it and drink. It stops immediately.
Go. But if you won't catch it, you come the same way. Yeah.
This is how the teak tree is looking now. This is the inside. It's a very big space. I've been here a lot of times, but it never gets old. This is how it looks like. Yeah. Yes.
What happened? You didn't go inside.
I did.
I made it.
Planted in 1895. Look at it. Royal palm trees from Florida. They're as old as the cedar trees. From up right to the bottom here. The same palms you saw at the main entrance when you're coming inside. The same palms. That venue is beautiful than here. India's, Jamaicans, Lebanese and Chinese that eat jackfruit a lot, but we don't eat it here. Here is just waste. Yeah, we don't eat that.
This is how it looks like. If you eat jackfruit, let me know in the comment section, how does it taste like? I hear it's a full meal. Is it true? Let me know in the comment section.
Nutmeg serves as a sleeping tablet for people who cannot sleep well in the night. It's so neat. When you get dry, you make it to powder, add milk and drink. You'll be able to sleep very well. Sometimes when you put it too much in your food, you feel sleeping. So you don't use it too much, otherwise you're going to sleep. The red one around is called maize. Can you see that? Yeah. Maize, M-A-C-E. They use this to make pepper spray. A lot of women use pepper spray to defend themselves. Yeah, women use that a lot.
So this is a nutmeg tree right here in Ghana, Ebri Botanical Gardens.
This is the nutmeg, the male tree. This is the female tree here. This is another female tree. That is 1:2 together. So without the male, the female will not be able to bear fruit. So this woman here is more closer to the man. It has a lot of fruit on it. This woman here is 50 meters apart from the man. It has only few. Nature understands itself. You get that? This is the real wife to the man.
This is side
Nutmeg, and this is how the fruit looks like. Look closely, it's very orange and yellow there.
This is where we get palm oil from the fruit, the red oil. Red oil from the fruit. This is a trick. Now when we break the shell, there's a nut in the shell, we'll get another oil from that. So basically we get two different type of oil from the same palm tree. I want to break this, you see the nut inside. That one is white nut. It was planted by the British on 23rd March 1924, 99 years old. 99. The leaves is used to prepare okra stew. Look at the leaves. That is what we use to prepare okra stew. You know okra? Yeah. Okra, good. They seem like okra. We eat the leaves. Now, in the olden days, these were the type of trees that our forefathers used to live inside. They were living in the buttress. See the buttress? This is one bedroom. What they do is to put up a tent.
This is an allspice, and it really smells very strong. Like, this will be good for jollof. Yeah. Oh. See, it's very strong. Yeah. So spicy. So when you come to Ebri, you can also get this plant. So guys, this is the cinnamon plant, and when you even come closer to the tree and you smell it, it really smells like cinnamon. So guys, we just ended the tour here at the Ebri Botanical Gardens. Make it a point to visit here whenever you're in Ghana. There are a lot of tree species here, a lot of spices, a lot to learn about plants here at the Ebri Botanical Gardens. Make it a point to visit here. So we are going to the next stop, and yeah, of course you all are coming along, so let's go. We are currently currently leaving the Ibi Botanical Gardens to Asinima Waterfalls. It took us 42 minutes drive from Ibi to Asinima Waterfalls. So guys, the next stop is the Asinima Waterfall, which I've also been here before, and it's yeah, this is how it looks like. We are currently in the dry season, which is called the Hamatan. Like, it's very dry, and so in this season you need a lot of moisturizer for your lips because your lips can get very dry. So I'm not hoping for a full waterfall today because we are currently in the dry season. So fingers crossed to see how it looks like. I have my bikini in my bag, so let's go guys. This is the only waterfall here in Ghana that the walk is a very short walk. It's actually 5 minutes walk from the entrance to the waterfall. With other waterfalls, it's going to take like 40 minutes walk, 30 minutes walk, 50 minutes walk. So this is a place you can come here with slippers. So cold.
Smile. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we took some pictures, we took some videos. We're just chilling here, enjoying the scenery and the water. So this is how it looks like here in Asinima Waterfall. It's so beautiful. So guys, we just ended our short tour here at the Asinima Waterfall. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. Is this a place you visit whenever you're in Ghana? Say hi. Hi. The way you're all looking at me. So guys, as part of the tour, we're going to end our tour here at the Rage Nest Hotel. We're going to have lunch. Kind can see the location, Ghana GH. If you want to explore Ghana with them, I can assure you that they are amazing and they are fun. So let's go have lunch. Let's go. Everybody is having lunch. You're happy, eh? So we are the only ones having banku and tilapia. I'm very happy about it. I haven't had banku and tilapia in a long time, so this is going down. Is this your first time trying banku?
No, this one is better.
This one is nice. So guys, you're invited. I'm done with lunch. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed my tour here at the eastern region of Ghana. We're currently in the dry season here. And so, yeah, this is how it feels like being in Ghana. This is what it feels like doing activities here in Ghana. Until next time, I want to say thank you so much. And if you are visiting Ghana and you want a tour company, I recommend the location Ghana. Their tour packages are beautiful and very affordable. I love you all. Next time on my next video, still here in the eastern region, I'm going to bring another video here in the eastern region. Stay tuned. I love you all. So, mwah.
Oh, me.
Oh, back canocre. Susu sang quite be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What they send this guy Akufo-Addo download to Lemonade Finance.
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Right there.
Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's conversation is one that has really broken marriages, broken trust. And here, as we love to say, we love to spice up your relationship. So let's give you the ones and twos, things that you do in your marriage that can cause a separation or divorce, and if possible, avert it. So I have here with me, seated in my couch, Anastasia Okine. She is a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl. She is a foundation. Yeah, they are doing amazing. Later on, we're going to talk about that. Sure. So, Anas, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Great. And we've been sandwiched by the senior accounts manager of Benchmark Marketing, Victor Wellridge. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I love your gray hair.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Victor is married. Let me just add that too. But Anastasia and I will be doing the conversation. We're just taking a look at what will influence a wife or a husband to hide properties from their spouse. It's a big deal. It's a deal breaker for some people, and to date, it's caused a lot of separation. So we just want to find out, generally, if you say for better, for worse, a man will leave his home and join his wife, the two shall become one. Vic, I just want to find out, what will influence a man to say, okay, I have properties, but I don't want my wife to know about it. I'm keeping it. And until when do you even disclose your assets?
Right. All right. So thank you very much, Paula. It's a pleasure to be on your show.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
Yeah. Yeah. So this particular topic is a very big deal when it comes to marriage. Not just marriage, even with friendships and people in relationships. You know, keeping things, coveting things, hiding things, secrets. Secrets are always a major topic in any relationship. That determines the make or break of it. So when somebody keeps a secret, even with your phone, your password, it starts from there, you know, password issues. So in a relationship, I want to start from a certain angle. So when you're in a relationship and then you quarrel and argue about passwords, I don't know your password. Every week you change your password. I don't know, I want to know about it. I want to know why you're keeping passwords. And you argue about it, you argue about it, you argue about it. You even break up because of password. Somehow you come back and then one day you decide that let's marry. So you marry. Yet you still have the issue of password in your marriage. You send it into your marriage. What has happened is that you've not solved a problem that has the potential of escalating to something big, as we are discussing in this topic. Okay. Of you acquiring something and then keeping it from your partner. So if you have mastered the way and will to even keep passwords from your partner, then you can do the same with any other thing. All right? And you see, when you get to a point in your marriage where the marriage now is about convenience, you know, you are married because of the kids, of I want children. And I'm in this marriage because of my children, not you anymore. When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, you know, be responsible for them or be accountable to them.
Okay,
right?
so you're not feeling the responsibility to be accountable to them leads one to hide properties or whatever it is from their partner?
Yes, it's one of the factors.
It's one of the factors.
There are so many other factors.
But let me ask you, you're married.
Yeah.
Would you hide such a thing from your partner, or you are very open?
Well, I'm very, very open. If I will hide anything, then it could be for a good motive. It could be for a reason that maybe I want to buy her a particular car.
You save the good motive for now. Now let's play the devil's advocate. So as Vic described it as a secret, keeping a secret from your partner, I just want to find out from you, if you're married, are you going to declare all your assets to your husband?
So then my question will be, at what point did I acquire these assets, right? So did I acquire them before the marriage or within the marriage? Now, if it is before the marriage, I don't see the need to.
Okay.
Because the thing is that, what am I declaring these assets to you for? What is the end goal, right? Is it to where you come to participate in the sustenance of what I have had before I met you? What is that knowledge of use to you for? If it's not, then I don't see any reason. However, if we are at a certain point in our relationship where declaring it, it's just like, you've got yours, I've got mine. It really doesn't affect anything, whether I know it or not. Okay, I'm just going to say it, but that's just for saying sake, not to get any, contribution or some sort of, ownership or claiming from the partner. No, I'm not going to declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
So that's the thing. We tend to keep things. I think our generation currently, we tend to keep things from our partners because the people we end up with are not deserving. If you are really in love with someone, if you really chose right, this is the person who is meant for you, this is the person you see building a future with, I don't see what will hinder you from being open to them. These are the people who see your nakedness, you're having a child with a person, for better, for worse, you sleep in the same bed. Like, I don't really, of course, it might be that maybe the person that you're marrying is selfish and you've seen certain characters, as Anas was saying, if you come clean and then we are good. But then I really don't understand when it's married, because you are married, of course, so how?
You see, something must always go wrong for you to change your character towards your partner, right? So you may have experienced or seen a certain recurring problem with the person, with your partner, and you realize that this guy is not changing. Perhaps he's selfish, all right? Okay. So if he's selfish with his things, then why don't you also be selfish with yours? Okay.
But the thing is, wouldn't you have recognized these signs in the premarital stage?
Yes, you have. That's why I mentioned the thing about passwords. You see, it starts from somewhere.
The signs are always
passwords are so
you are
trivial.
dating,
like, that's not.
Yeah, some people literally break up because of toothpaste. You understand? And how their partner is not using it well. All right? Passwords are a big deal in certain relationships. Okay? You keep passwords, and I don't know why I can't pick your calls. I don't know why I can't know your password to know what's inside your phone.
All right.
And
so Anas,
some people go to their bathrooms with their phones.
They're just busy, something.
I got stuff to do.
So if you find out that your husband, let's not say you have decided, okay, maybe sometimes if you getting married and then you've acquired properties before the marriage, you love to keep it to yourself. But how would you feel if your partner, maybe of 10 years or 15 years, you find out that he's got a complex. This complex is making money from him and all that. And maybe you have a joint account, and this joint account is where you spend money from. How would you feel if would you say you've been betrayed if you find out that your partner had a huge edifice that is fetching him equal money that, he knew nothing about it?
So yeah, that's a problem. Because at this point, our agreements within this marriage is, we are going to have a joint account. But then if that's the basis of our marriage, right, then to a certain degree, I would want to know, except we agreed on a specific amount. And so whichever way I'm bringing in that income, you don't need to know about it, right? But then if now you've got something elsewhere, and you still demand the same things of me per our marital agreement, I'm a woman, you're a man. What is the foundation of our marriage? Are we playing traditional gender roles here, right? Are we saying that you, the man, are the sole provider of the family we are creating for ourselves, such that to my underwear and everything is on you? And that is what a traditional marriage is. That is what we came to see growing up. I mean, within the context of traditional marriages with our parents and our grandparents and whatnot. Fortunately enough, it's not like that these days anymore. But if we are going that route, right, then I would want to know where else your money is coming from, because that is the agreement from the beginning. If it's not, then I don't care. Again, I'm a person is gonna, okay, so why are you hiding this sort of? But then was he intentionally hiding it, such that when he sees me coming, he's trying to put stuff, you know, somewhere else? That is just being malicious.
Let me just put it that they are can we oko kaba eyokunu but unyafa so afabrefi. It's a thing that sometimes they tell women who are going to get married.
Yeah.
Now you are married, so I'll have to get your view on this. In a situation where you made mention that sometimes it's for the good purpose. So maybe for your 10th anniversary, you want to give a big gift to your partner. So then you are hiding this thing from the person. But in the case where you're going to get married and then your mom or your family tells you that, okay, you know, you are going to form a family, but you have to get something for the family. So then as a woman, she's thinking, I need to build a house for my mom, but I don't have to tell my partner. So you start the project, you buy the land, you start the project, you are building. And then your husband, it might be your money or Odo, but then for your husband to find out that, okay, you are building a home or a house for your family and I knew nothing about it. I just want to know, are you obligated to tell the man that you are in the same house, the same room with that? This is the project I'm doing for my family. Maybe this is the project I'm doing for my sister. Or you say you move like that. Does that work? Oh, I'm just doing my thing. Does that work in marriage? Or once you come together, it should be a partnership?
Yes, absolutely. You see, once you're in a legal agreement with someone, unless maybe you just go and do the traditional, even the traditional thing is now legal. So once you're in a legal agreement with someone, whatever you do, whatever you acquire within that legal agreement, it's for both of you. So if the lady decides that I'm building a family house for her family, and she's doing that secretly, and I find out, sorry, I can take her to court. I can take her to court, and then the court will decide how that property will be distributed or shared. Definitely it won't go to her family. You understand? Because whatever it is, the resource that she's using to build that particular building would come from maybe the peace of mind I have given her at home. There's a certain stake, whether it is monetary or psychological. I have given her a certain peace of mind to be able to acquire wealth to build for her family. So I have a stake in there. Let me give you a story. So there was this banker who decided to divorce his wife of over 30 years of marriage for a younger lady. Then he decided to just let her go with nothing.
No compensation.
Nothing. You understand? And the lawyer for the lady, the woman who was basically facilitating the process, did some digging and discovered that this man on retirement had built a 5-bedroom apartment somewhere. The wife never knew all the period they were married, and he was planning to go and live there with his new bride. You understand? Once that was disclosed, it was tendered in the courts that this man has a property. Therefore, if he's leaving the wife, that property should be given to the wife. And he had another apartment or another building. So he can live in that and the new one given to the wife. So this man literally intentionally did not want to give anything to his wife. You understand? But it was discovered and the courts took it for her because he acquired it whilst they were married.
They were married. And I said, it looks like you want to counter that.
Yeah, because the thing is, now I would want to ask, what was the basis of the divorce? He asked for the divorce, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why did he ask for a divorce? Because automatically when you ask for a divorce, as one partner in a relationship, you are 70% or some sort of percentage guaranteed to walk away with nothing from the marriage. Right? Now, if it's based on infidelity, that's where you have some sort of security that you are going to get something out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, but this was not based on infidelity.
And the man wants to just bounce.
She did not, well, he said he doesn't have any property, doesn't own anything. That was his argument, right? Yet, he had built a 5-bedroom house. He wanted to go and live in with his new bride. So he was literally hiding it. So when it was discovered, the court took it for the wife.
Well, it's somebody's situation, but I think it's all these things that we have. But then, as a woman, what will make you suspicious that maybe my husband is hiding something? Because it all starts with the suspicion, and the people start digging and they realize that they have properties.
Right.
What are some of the signs?
What would be a sign? I feel like if you don't go looking for them, you will not find them, first of all. Now, if you go looking, it's probably, I mean, based on maybe they are trying to hide certain documents from you. You see certain text messages or you've heard something, I don't know, but personally, I would not go poke. If they don't find it, they don't think I'm worthy or I should know about what they are doing.
You're not going to push it.
I'm not going to push it, especially if I know that I have no contribution towards it, and if that's not how we operate in our marriage. I'm not going to push it. But then if I don't, I expect him also not to push it when he also recognizes that I'm also doing stuff aside.
Okay, so it all boils down to the agreement in the marriage.
Exactly.
If you guys are like, okay, we are building properties, but then in the case when it's a loving relationship, you put your all into it. So those who put their all into it and find out that they've been cheated, they are the ones that, it hurts most. But then if you're like, we are there together.
But the thing is, even with the all also means that what are we operating by? Right? Like we said from the beginning, you are a hard-working woman, and I always feel for a lot of men, because in our setting, right, mostly women are the ones who are going to end up losing at the end of the day when it comes to a divorce. How many times have we seen men walking on the streets mad, and the reason for their mental whatever is because
heartbreak and all that? It happens, but then
compared to women, it's way more than women.
Okay, I have to do the research.
Way more than women.
No.
Okay.
See, if you just walk out there, counts all the men you see out there.
Maybe
they are more than women. And most of them, you see, the thing is, the emotional instability and emotional issues, women have the tendency to absorb and contain it better than men.
I think it's true. No, a lot of women enjoy a lot of things. It's true. In marriages, you have to go in there. You're thinking, oh, for the men, for the kids, for all that, and then the state. So that's why a lot of women end up.
Genetically,
and a lot of
women,
men even die before their wives. So many men die before their wives. Just look at.
But that's not because of emotional instability.
No, I'm just talking about. You see, women have a certain tenacity to hold things.
Because the society has made us done so.
Yes.
As a woman,
so the woman has adapted to it. The man hasn't.
All right. So we can go on with that, but then I just want us to take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. This is Moons and Candles on GhanaWeb TV. Now we are coming to you from Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. You can walk in anytime from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. And the services here are amazing. They have haircut here, braiding for the ladies and the gents. They even have dreads. You can come in for your braiding. They do facials and they do pedicure. Walk-in is a conducive place. You can sit, you can chat, you can bring your boyfriends, your girlfriends and all that. So for the women, you can bring your man whilst he's getting a haircut and you're getting braids. They are absolutely good. So you pass by Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall for all the amazing services. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back and forth with it and all that. But then I just want to create a scenario. Recently, there was this story in the news where a woman who is married, they have a kid, right? There's another child on the way. But the man is looking for separation, needs money to divorce. Simply put, he realized that his wife was hiding a property, like, apartment where fetches her money rent. And then she's got other cars where she used for this Uber, boats, stuff like that. And then with all this, the husband never knew. Now, what is more painful is that this woman earns more than the man in salary, right? He had no idea about it. So he's earning like something less than 5,000 cedis monthly. He gives the woman half of that. And you know she has all these properties that can fetch her money. And then she also makes demands, okay, I want a phone. If he doesn't get it, then she's pissed. So when the man found out that this was what his wife was doing, he's like, this is the death of me. Now the marriage is on the verge of the collapse, and then the woman is like, oh, she'll do better. She's going to change the name into their name, and then she did that because she wanted to secure property for the family. That is one of the biggest reasons that people give. Now, I want to find out from you, Anas, what the woman did, is it justifiable? And then moving forward, she wants to save her marriage. She's opted that, okay, fine, at this moment, I'm willing to change into it. I messed up. That is what she's saying, just to save her marriage. Do you, from a woman's perspective, do you think what the woman did, the circumstances, the situation at home, and how she handled the issue, milking the husband, while she could easily afford all those things, was it right? Was it the best thing she could have done?
I think what's at play here is a sense of morality and legality, right? So I feel like in a situation like this, we can't judge right and wrong. A lot of people don't base off right and wrong off morals. It's based on the law, right? In this sense, who is this woman? I think she's very malicious and whatever, vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, I don't think because it looks like the trajectory of their relationship, the man was the provider.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. Which had been agreed. That's how come he never had a problem with it from the beginning. What she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with the money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wanted? What if there was no substantial evidence of that money she's acquired over all those years and such a thing never came out? Would that have been a problem? I feel like the man is being overly emotional.
So wait, if you were the husband and then you found out this was what your husband was doing, how would you handle it? Would you feel like, okay, your husband is being, acting also emotional?
My thing is, over all these years, has he ever inquired about how much she earns?
As far as is your word, you tell me, okay.
Exactly. So that means that in this marriage, to him, how much she earned or whatever she was bringing to the house had never been a problem. Why is it a problem now? The fact that I use this to acquire something? Does that make sense?
Well,
it was never a problem, was it? How much I was earning, what I was using my money for was never a problem, right?
But then it is a problem when it becomes marriage, because we are in this together. We are building a family. If you in debt, if you have a debt, two people have to come together and in marriage, right? It is not your problem, as you say. Once you're married, your problem is my problem. My joy is your joy. Yeah. So in such a situation, the man is wanting else. The woman is saying, "Oh, I'm going to change the name and all that." Think if you ever find yourself in that situation, what would you do? Are you going to ask for a divorce? Are you going to leave? And how is even your trust going? How are you going to regain your trust in your wife?
You see, this situation is very, very serious, but at the same time has a certain moral lesson for everybody to learn. The seriousness of the matter is this: what if the man had died, maybe a natural death, before knowing all of this? It would have been wasted efforts by the lady, since she said she was doing all this for the family, right?
For her family.
For her family, not her nuclear family, her extended family.
For her, yeah.
It even makes the situation even worse. You understand? It makes it worse. It explains the fact that she did not have the man in mind, and you said the man is malicious, but I think
the woman is malicious.
Yes, I mean, exactly. So
but legally, she's not.
She still is. You see, the fact is, if you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy. He's actually living with his worst enemy without knowing. You understand? She might have good intention for her family, her extended family. They are happy she's doing it for them, right? but her nuclear family is suffering as a result of that. And the man whom she claims she is one with is the one most suffering from all of this thing. And that makes her very, very evil. You understand? And one hero can be a villain to another person. That's the kind of role she's playing now. She's a hero to her extended family, but she's a villain to her husband. So the fact is that if I were the husband and I realize this, obviously I'll take her to court. I'll take her to court. This is not the time to change name and all that. If I had died, you would still have gone on with the properties and all that, and it would have been in the name of your extended family. What is worse is, what if she dies? How would the children or the child living also benefit from those things? We've had situations where extended families would throw out children from their parents' homes and all that. Has she thought of all of this? I would have taken her to court, and then we will take that property back. And once we take it back, or we split it, I'll take my share out of that and do whatever I want to do with it. Because definitely my money has been part of that building.
Now, before we wrap up this conversation, your advice to couples, who find themselves in this situation, whether to leave or to stay, or whether to get a plan B or not to get plan B, generally. I'm going to start with you.
Well, for me, before you get to that end, before you get there, I will advise that first off, try and solve the problem of trust. All right? Start with the little things, from the password, from the phone issues, from the gossip issues, from the secret issues. The more you open and then you disclose, the first one is self-disclosure. So if both of you expose yourselves to what can you tell me about the deep things about yourself? What can I tell you about the deep things about myself, my fears, my worries, and all those? If you're able to have that self-disclosure going, the more we do that, the more the trust is built. Okay. And so if you decide to take any action in future, you definitely will put a thought to what I would think about it before you even take any action. Okay. And moreover, let's be good to our partners so that when they are doing something, they will have us in mind and it will be in a good way.
So be good to your partner, then they also include you in their plans.
Yeah.
And as your final words?
Well, I think communication would really have to be key. Do whatever you can to know the person you're about to settle with if you decide to take that step, right? Also for women, please know the law. Don't leave the nuances of, I love him so much, whatever. I always say love is not blind. Love enlightens you. It's only people who think love is blind that when things are going on, when bad things are going on in a relationship, they don't see them. Like you don't pay attention to your partner anymore to an extent that you don't see that things are worrying them. That is love being blind. That's not healthy love. You want to build a healthy life, and that's based on, or the foundations has to be effective communication, transparency. Do not settle for what you know that you don't like just because you want to be in a marriage or you want to be in a relationship. Then 5 years, 10 years down the line, you've got problems with it, and this person is understanding you. You were okay with it like 5 years ago or 2 years ago, now all of a sudden you want to change the rules. Be truthful with yourself, be transparent in this relationship, make sure that you know this person well enough. If you cannot be that secured, know the law, know what happens if always be prepared for the worst, I think.
Okay.
Pray and whatever, but also know that things could go wrong.
Great.
And be prepared for it.
All right. So, to wrap up, I'll just say this few words. Life is simple, life is short, things are not complicated. And once you enter into a marriage, know the rules that govern that institution. Mm-hmm. If you are not willing to be open, to be transparent, to share your properties, then I don't think marriage is for you. Because if I'm bringing in my all and then you want to play smart and then my trust is broken, that's how a lot of women end up being heartbroken. They're on the streets and then they look very miserable. Marriage is simple. You have to be open to your partner. And if you think this person is not deserving to know your properties, to know the things you've acquired, then they are not the right person. It's better you wait until when you are free and when you are okay, you trust in a human, then you can say you are getting married. So please, Don't enter into marriage and then you are playing your cards like, oh, I'm doing this alone. It's for better, for worse. The two shall become one. Yeah, so we did today's conversation. We had it here at the Andy's Barber Studio, located at the Legon City Mall. When you walk in here, you get great haircut. Now, so if you're a guy, you want to look good, I don't know, for that big date, for that big cut, you want to make a bold statement, I say that you come to Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. They have pedicure, they do facials, they do braiding for my ladies too, so you can walk in anytime. So I did this with Anastasia Okai. She's a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl Foundation, and then Victor Wellrich. Yes, Victor, he is the senior accounts manager at Benchmark Marketing. Thank you very much, guys, for coming. I just want to put out your social media handle if you want to reach out to you.
Yeah, at Victor Wellrich.
Wellrich, across all social.
Yeah.
And as you?
Yeah, Anasika_anymore.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with another exciting conversation here on Moons and Cuddles. I am Paula Amabruni. Thank you very much and see you on the next episode.
Has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak, and therefore I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough, but the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold a view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. Looking at the turnout, I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only hosted within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region, and I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So, looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We the citizens have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority has their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. So there's no particular one person to do.
The parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children, they put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
So Ghana is 66. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, starting our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this, at least, because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's still 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like, we improve more than this. Yes, because we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government, and I'll give some to we the citizens.
Why would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders, and they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
the camera. Watch the camera.
Grab your knife.
Take your knife. The other hand. Okay.
Watch the camera.
Shake me. This hand.
Is sponsoring the special awards as well. Well done, little children. Well done.
This is our first time coming here. But last year when Ashaman, we were first. So we are here to represent Ashaman. Yeah. I have 8 years, 10 years, up to 11, 12. I'm very grateful because it was not easy. Looking at my children, their sizes and their ages, compared to the others, it was not easy. So we're very grateful. And it was not easy to teach them, but I'll try as much as possible to work out.
Congratulations to you because your parade was so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this Akufo-Addo, download to Lemonade Finance.
Biggest mistake in my life. I shouldn't have looked inside the auditorium to see everything before. So I looked and then I went off my. I forgot your lines. Because like. And I turned to you, I said, "Hey, Mini, I walk out."
Thanks for joining us on this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abranti as usual. Today we are seated for a conversation on theatre production in Ghana. What has been the progress? Where are we headed? And how are those in the field actually faring in terms of, no few, production, Ghana, say these and many other issues. We are seated for a conversation on it. I have in the studio General Ntetia. General Ntetia is a stage actor and then stage stand-up comedian, and then
comic actor.
Okay. What else?
You can even add painting.
Oh, you paint too?
Yeah, I paint.
I never knew.
I'll paint, but the way I'll paint you, maybe you'll not be happy. I don't practice that one.
Dr. So is also a stage actor, and unfortunately, that's all I know about.
Stage actor,
stage acting, and then
concept developer.
Okay.
We also run workshops and.
What does it mean to be a concept developer?
Sometimes if you sit down and you realize that we can put 2 and 2 together to actually build up a brand for somebody, or to create content for somebody, or if somebody wants to sell something and you say, okay, I think that when we use a concept like this or a concept like that, we can actually sell. Yeah.
I see. How has that aided you in your journey in the theatre field?
Oh yeah, it has in fact helped us because one of the concepts that myself and General together with the National Theatre developed is a Wednesday night theatre, which realized that after graduation, a lot of students from the performing arts do not get into the craft. Why? Because we don't have a lot of production houses. So we decided in partnership with the National Theatre to come up with a Wednesday theatre, whereby we encourage young artists to form groups, theatre groups, so that they can know how the business is like. So Wednesday night theatre is a platform whereby they experiment, whereby they they know how the theater business is. And we are hoping in the next 5 years or so, we'll have a lot of these young arts and we'll find ways and means to promote them onto the mainstream stage.
I think for now, if I will not exaggerate, we have like 15 production houses. You know, doing every last Wednesday in a month when you go to the National Theatre, you get a play to watch. You know, you travel outside and every day you walk to a theatre and there's something going on. Unfortunately, when you come to Ghana, you only have it like, let's say, in 3-4 months' time, then somebody puts up a play before you get to see something. But now, every last Wednesday in a month, go to the National Theatre, you get a play. You get to see National Theatre of Ghana and the Two Idiots Productions. The main idea is that get yourself together. Somebody should be a good script writer, somebody should be a good actor, director, and then somebody should design the costume. All you need is your costume, your play, your rehearsals. The National Theatre is going to give you the auditorium, it's going to give you light, sound, everything. And then the Two Idiots will also support with, coming around to see your rehearsals and everything, directing it and making sure it's good. And then you are good to go.
Does that not put pressure on National Theatre?
Not at all. I think it's rather helping them as well, so that at least, you know, if they have more production houses in Ghana now, it now becomes a good business for them, because now people will be wanting to put up plays and then they will come book the National Theatre and business will become good.
Over the years, concerns have been that the National Theatre should be closed down for renovation, and you know, some people have actually voiced out one or two things. Do you share that view?
I share the view, but it comes back to the fact that if we close National Theatre, then what do we have? That's all that we have. Unfortunately, the current government promised that they're going to build theatres across the country, which I even encouraged me to support them in the elections. But unfortunately, we've not seen what they said. We are hoping that, you know, it becomes something that is important for them, the agenda. You know, government after government, I see that they don't really value the arts. You know, when it comes to Ghana, they don't really value, because if you really value the arts and you promise that you build theatres, by this time we should at least see 2 or 3 across, you know, some of the regions and all that. So we see that Charlie, you are trying, even if you can't do across that you said, do like 2 or 3, or the one that we have, renovate it. If we say we'll close the National Theatre down right now, where do we go? Yeah, we just have a few, and that cannot even match the standards of the National Theatre. It's unfortunate that the air conditions at the National Theatre is not working. Now they have to get a rented air conditions where, you know, a private person also has to come and charge additional money after you are done paying the, the fee at the National Theatre. It's very sad, but unfortunately that's the only thing that we have. What do we do? I think it's about time that we come together, because we've cried year in and year out. Not this government alone. I think it's a very long time ago. I think the things started even going down from Kufuor's era, you know. And then we cried, Atamils came, we cried, Mama came, we cried, Akufo-Addo is in, we are crying, and we are not seeing anything. So I think we have to start advising ourselves as practitioners, and then probably see other means that we can use to support the theatre to, you know, get on its feet. Because I can personally say that the director of the National Theatre, is really trying her best, but actually she's not getting what she needs to.
And what would these other means be?
Other means being maybe rewriting proposals to private entities to see if they can consider and support. For instance, we have, you know, huge electronics companies. Maybe they can consider and go do some partnership with the National Theatre by providing them with huge air conditioners, you know, and all that. I even learned the plant the plant that they have right now is being managed by a private person right now. So if you are doing a play and light goes off, you have to call the person. Recently happened to one of our brothers, the name has escaped. Kobnansa. Very, very sad. You know, now people were on phone calling the guy who has it, and they learned the battery that they use to spark the thing is with the guy. So they were calling him and then putting pressure, and they had to explain to them that it's my private thing right now, I'm managing it, so I have to bring the battery from somewhere to come and power the place. And patrons were inside the National Theatre, and the place was off.
But to add to what General just said, I think that it's also the responsibility of government to provide funding for the National Theatre. You know, when you travel to Europe and other developed countries, you have funding, okay, whereby there's like maybe 5 million Ghana cedi or 3 million Ghana cedi for the year, whereby young artists and young production houses can just apply for these funds. That will at least serve as a cushion to help them and to inspire them to create and to produce more, because see, theatre is very expensive. Theatre is very expensive. Our current play that we are putting up right now, if you do the total budget for the entire production, you'll be shocked. You'll be so much surprised. Theatre is very, 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 very expensive. So I think that if government also invest, provide some form of funding, okay, for the National Theatre, and young artists can at least write for funding. You get a little bit of money to pushing you to start. I think that's going to go a long way to actually help.
Beyond the venue and what you have mentioned, how would you rate the progress of theatre in Ghana?
Oh, we can say that theatre is right now progressing, because from way back, I think that in our years in the university, there was only Nikome, Latif, and Uncle Ebu that were actually putting up the production for the National Theatre. But I mean, 10 years down the line, there are a lot of young folks right now, a lot of production houses and young folks who are actually trying their best to actually get into the business. And patronage has also been good. If you take it way back some time, and now you can realize that now lots of people are patronizing the theatre.
What do you think you did to ensure that the patronage increases?
I think it's consistency. Like, we've been very consistent. Like I said, different production houses. It's like those days that we had only like 3 or 4 production houses where they put up a play and then they go to sleep like 6 months time before somebody. But now we have a lot of production houses now. So at least if you watch, if I will rate everything, like let's say within 2 to 3 months there's a play at the National Theatre. So now people are consistently reminded that, oh, okay, theatre is going on. People now come to see the National Theatre. I remember I've gotten about 5 people who were like, oh, I don't want to see play at the National, I want to see movie and all that. I said, oh, you come and see how stage play is like. And then they get to the auditorium, they see the sets and everything, they are wowed. They're like, oh, now they become like constant people who always want to come and see plays at the National Theatre. So I think it's been consistent, like we've been consistent. Different productions, talk of the Riverman Productions, Blue Productions, Asapa Productions, PB Entertainment, Super Farm, Cartel Multimedia. Now people are now putting up plays, and I think that that's the main reason why people are now loving theatre.
Yeah. If people are patronizing it, how come you are not making the money that you anticipate? Or are you making money?
No. It's a 50-50. Because okay, number one is either you go into partnership with National Theatre. That means that like your venue is sorted out, and with that you have to have a good proposal. You have to have a good marketing strategy for theatre to see that okay, you know what you're about. So let's say that the young up and coming productions who are coming, they don't have the and if you want to pay for the National Theatre venue, you have paid for it. Okay, then you have to go for advertisement on TV. That's also a lot of money. And then you need a few, known faces who are in the business or the industry. Like talking about stage, you know that there's a difference between stage and the movies.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So there are people who are like gods of the stage. You have to get a few known faces who are probably expensive, and so sometimes your budget will range from 50,000 to 60,000 to 70,000 to 80,000 just to produce these kind of shows. But
on a good day, you're able to get at least your money that you put in. Yeah. Like if things go well, sometimes. So I can say a play like Money Heist. We didn't run at loss. It was okay. Yeah, it was okay. We didn't get what we were looking for, but at least we were able to pay people. We were able to get the money that we invested in, and now I would say that it's a progress. So it's not like bad like before that you stage a play and then you get like 5-10 people at the auditorium and then you finish and you sit down in front of the National Theatre. I remember our first production, Black Politics. We finished paying the people. We realized that we were left with like 200 cities. And then we were staying at Tamasana, we had to go back home and then looking at how, yes, and we didn't run at a loss. We were only people, we had to go and pay this time.
So, yeah, finish. I have a question.
It was a tragedy because you see, you are the producer and you also play the lead. You know, like, it's the two of us, we are playing the lead. So before even the play starts, you are just trying to see whether you can open the auditorium. So just imagine you have invested so much money, you are playing the lead, and you just look into the auditorium and there are like 50 or 60.
Alright, but I just peeped the end of the show. I think it was one of the biggest mistakes in my life. I shouldn't have looked inside the auditorium to see everything before. So I looked and then I went off I forgot all my lines.
Because like
and I told you, I said, hey,
you have to come on stage and
that's the best,
and then give you 100%. And that is it. And I think that is also what differentiates, you know, like the level of your performance skills.
But we nearly stopped after that show.
So that day, what did you do?
We played.
No, after the show.
After the show,
yes. And you were left with.
We were left, so we had to go and borrow money to pay people. I remember we brought Mami Dokun on stage after so many years, and then after we can't just watch it and say that we've run out of loss, we are not going to pay. So we had to go and look for money to pay everybody. We paid everyone. So we finished. We were owing like about 40,000, and then the little that we had at the gate also. We had to use that one to pay sound and other things as well. So we were left with like 200 or 150, I remember very well. And that was the money that we had to share between us.
Did you?
And I told him that we are done.
We are done. We said,
that was my next question. Like, did you at a point feel this thing is not worth it, even though we had a passion, even though we want to do it? Like, did you feel
no, after that play,
we say, Charlie, you know,
that's it.
We're done. No, we'll do this again.
We can't do this one and kill ourselves before our time. So
you know, like months later, we were there, and then we had this beautiful story, Man in the Dark. We said, man, Charlie, this story is so tight. That's what I always feel last year.
You have to do it.
Go again. So when the previous year, we also made a loss. Massive.
Oh.
Yeah.
We went to do Tuno. Went on a weekday. You know, now in Ghana, it's very difficult to sell during weekday. I think now the culture is coming back. People are now.
Valentine's Day. You know, like, yeah. So that was one of the concepts that we also developed. That we realized that every Valentine's Day there are just concerts and movies, but there's nothing like a theater production. So we said that let's just
want to
do a
test that
on a Wednesday. So like the first Valentine's Day was on a Wednesday, and that Wednesday too was Champions League, Real Madrid and PSG. So boys say, boy,
this one.
I go pick this
one.
one.
I know how it will end. You know, because once there is soccer,
yes.
Yeah.
So so even if you want to go on a weekday, Tuesday, Wednesday is Champions League. Thursday is a Europa League. And sometimes we have some shows on Friday night and like we have some games on Friday night. Yeah. So the Saturday is like the best.
But after the Wednesday, I told him that, bro, let's go back to Wednesday, Saturday. Because Saturday is a show. But then I think we went for the Saturday, and that was our first
massive
sellout show.
So what do you consider before scheduling a date for your productions, apart from the Champions League? Because I know now when there is a Champions League game, you people will know. So apart from that one, is there any particular thing that you consider before scheduling a date?
Yeah, you look at the number of shows around. Just scout, just do an overview and see, okay, we are going in the month of, let's say, March. Now within March we have like 6 shows. Okay, the shows, some are movies, some are musical shows and all that. Okay, we are not really looking at any theatrical show within March, so let me go within this month. So we look at the shows and the weight of the show, because when some shows carry very high huge weight. So you don't go around that time, you flop. So you just have to consider all those things as well, and then look at a time that people will be receiving their salaries, getting to the end of the month. So all those things are tricks that you have to really look at, and then also really push for sponsorship. It's difficult to get sponsorship in Ghana now, but then play your cards very well and make sure that at least, if you can't do anything at all, play 1 or 2 TV stations and then maybe a radio station, and then you can get. But if you say you want to do social media alone, very, very difficult. You can't do Facebook and Instagram alone to sell it.
Let's take a quick break. When we return, I would want to find out why it is a bit difficult for you to get sponsorship, because it's actually a worry. If you look at the amount that goes into production and you don't get sponsors, and even when you get, I'm sure it's sponsorship in kind. I don't know how that actually take any burden off you as a producer. But let's have that conversation after this break. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abranti. I'm doing this with General Tetia and Dr. So. They are both stage actors. We're having a conversation about theater production in Ghana, how far we have come, and later on we'll talk about what they have up in their sleeves. But before we went on a break, I was initiating a conversation on the sponsorship. How difficult is it for you to get sponsors, and what do you get from these sponsors? How does that take any burden off you as producers?
Yeah, when we started, in fact, when we started, it was very, very, very difficult because if you go to any sponsor, it's a question of, okay, what have you done before? And what are you bringing on board? What can you help us with? Are we really sure that lots of people are coming to watch your show? Are you going to have a packed show? So they look at all of this and look at the strength of what you can bring on board, and that will influence whether they can come on board as a sponsor or not. And even those days, as we said during the break, I mean, you just get it. They just give you product and not cash. Some will give you, rings, souvenirs, and stuff like that. And sometimes those help. You can distribute it to your cast and crew. I mean, if you have drinks and water, they actually sort that part of your burden or that part of your cost. But I think that in recent years, I mean, the brand has grown. We've also become very mature in the business. We have understood the business. So if we write these proposals and we go to these proposal meetings and stuff like that, we know what to say, we know what we can offer, and we know what those brands expect, and we know what we can give to them in return. So I would say that in these recent years, like, it has really been a little bit good. We've had some guys who have come on board and who have actually really supported the business. But I think it's really going to be difficult for up and coming production houses since they don't have the muscle to accommodate what these sponsors actually want.
Maybe I should take you back. You walked home when the when you ran at a loss.
Yeah.
How was the mood when you had a show and you noticed that at the end of the day you did not only break even, but you had profit?
In fact, it was very exciting. But in fact, I think that was the first time that I went on stage. I was very excited and fulfilled. I was like, wow, the work has paid off. Like, after pushing so many years, running at a loss and everything, and now you get on stage, you see that the whole of the National Theatre is filled up to the brim. You have the glass floor, and everybody is excited, and the storyline is beautiful. Charlie, that was, and I think it was a play that we finished and we got a standing ovation. The storyline and everything. If you're not following the story, you're not following the story. You're enjoying the comedy. If you're not enjoying the comedy, there's something that you have to pick in the lessons and everything. So, in fact, we're very, very excited, and that's what we told ourselves, that Charlie, we don't give up. We won't go again. We'll continue to do it.
And that was in February 2020, and then after that, COVID came. So we closed down theaters and stuff like that. So 2 years we were not on stage, like we were not doing productions and stuff like that. But that was also a very, very good time for us to have kept on going. But COVID also closed down everything. But it's also helping in a certain way because lots of artists, that was when social media also became the new avenue for lots of guys, to come on and do stuff and get their audiences and stuff like that. So even though COVID came, it was both negative and positive.
What happened to Two Idiots? Like you had a skit.
Tales of the Two Idiots. What happened is that
when you mentioned the COVID and social media thing, that was why it got me there.
So after the 2020, after our last production, I relocated to Germany. Because I got married, so I relocated to Germany to join my wife there. So at that particular point in time, we sat down and we said that, okay, I will go to Germany. I'll try to see if we can work on some international deals, international collaborations, so that you also stay here and you also try to work on collaboration. So even though the Two Idiots have not been performing it together, we have a company that we are running, that we are always putting ideas together because we're looking at the picture of how we can also take Ghana into the world. So by kind and courtesy of our hard work, we will have an international collaboration in May, whereby we are collaborating with a German organization, Bridgeworks. We'll be having some international collaboration with some artists here, and we'll go to Germany, we'll come here too. So that's what happened today.
I see. So between now and May, what would you guys be doing?
So we have this play coming out on the 11th of March, and then also after we are trying to recruit people, get more people into the arts, when it comes to theater, because I believe that a time is coming that I cannot do it all alone. I believe that there are 1,001 talents out there who are better than even what I do now. So why don't we create, an avenue for them, get them more opportunities? We are also looking at, producing movies as well, where we have a very beautiful movie storyline, where we're looking at, a shooting between Ghana and Germany, a very beautiful storyline. And when we are able to do it, it's going to sell. We are looking at Netflix and all that. But you get to a time that you have to grow. You don't always have to sit at the same place that you started from. You have to push harder and then get to a different level. And that's what we are looking. We believe that in the next 2, 3, 5 years to come, the two idiots shouldn't be the same two idiots that started back at the University of Ghana. Two young guys doing their own thing. We have to push and get to somewhere. So movies, recruiting people, and then also trying to set up our own production house. Get an office, employ people, give hope to people. That's the main thing.
You said you have a play on March 11th. Okay, let's talk about that play. What's the play about?
Okay, so let me leave it to you.
Then it's about
What did you go there to go
and do? It's actually about a successful bank manager who had an affair with the National Service personnel.
You are the first to stage this.
No, it might seem like it's a story.
I'm saying you are the first to stage this.
No, it might seem like it's a story that you've heard about, that but
you are the first to stage this.
So had an affair with the National Service personnel. They ended it. The girl was not happy. The guy was not happy. But you see, the beautiful thing about the relationship is that the two involved in a relationship only allow social media to see what we want to see. And at the end of the day, when something goes wrong, we don't really get to know the real story, because it's one side, the girl will tell her side, the man will tell his side of the story, so we don't really get to know what's actually really happening. But this time, the girl has accused the man of rape, who is a very serious charge. And the girl says she has evidence to prove that this man raped her.
So she will go to court?
Yes. And the man says he did not rape her. So at the end of the day, the legal system, and as we say in the court, evidence is the name of the game. So, can the girl prove beyond reasonable doubt that she was raped? And can the man also prove his innocence? We say, when recollections differ, the truth always becomes diluted. Okay, so it's a very interesting play. It's comedy. We have the whole Kejeti Makola crew in the court. So that Judge Louis Lami's court is where we are taking this case to. And it's a very, very interesting piece. As we say, when you are not laughing, you are following the story and you are enjoying the story.
You can actually do both at the same time. Yeah. There was this play that I watched. I've forgotten. I don't know whether it's Are We Safe or it had police. The set was police station. Are we safe? Yeah. Lots of lessons, and you actually enjoy the comic side of the whole thing. So on March 11 is Saturday. Yes. After learning your lessons. Yes. So Saturday. Yeah. So what time?
So the first show is 4 p.m. and the second show is 8 p.m. Okay. The second show is 8 p.m. And the rate is a cool 100 cities.
Oh, 100 is
everybody can afford.
100 is afford. They say 100 Ghana and we used to see ourselves will be there. So listen.
Yes. And if you want to buy your ticket online, you can sit in the comfort of your home, just pick your phone, and then you dial *447*1096#. *447*1096#.
Some people want to buy tickets at the gate. Yeah. Do we still have that option?
We have tickets at the gate as well. But the ticket is fast selling. So sometimes we get scared that you try and buy online, so you save yourself from that stress and all that. Yeah. But if you come to the gate, you might get tickets to buy as well.
Okay. So I'm seeing Dr. So on stage.
Yes.
I'm seeing you. I'm seeing the
and Bismarck the joke is also on stage.
Bismarck is coming back on stage.
The stage.
Who was raped? Who was raped?
That's why we wanted to come and see.
and just imagine that January 30th, Clemento Suarez and Roya Intia
defending someone, but don't let them. They should come and see who they are.
They should not imagine how these guys are going to actually take this case upon themselves.
Serious.
I mean, if you have these guys in the corner.
There's one young man who's also doing very well. His name is Majoy. I've been doing skate with him. Marriage. skits. It's also going to be on stage.
That's also an interesting skit. I mean, you guys have been doing well. If for nothing at all, Mama Esri, near your if you crash or mining Koyi. Yes, 3 years, near Becca. All right, thank you for coming. It's been an interesting conversation. But before we go, maybe you have something to tell your fans out there. So that's your camera. That's
where's my camera?
Okay.
What we have to say is that we just really want to thank you, for supporting Ghanaian comedy, Ghanaian content, and Ghanaian theatre all these years. We really want to thank you. We appreciate you so much. This is how we help ourselves to grow. You support us. We also feed you with a lot of good content, and that is the only way to grow the industry. We believe that we are here for just 2 reasons: to love one another and to help one another. So let's just keep that vibe.
Yes, I'm you see already, we beg all of you to come out in your numbers to support us. Come and see Clement Oshia's lawyer in Tatia foster romance on stage as a pastor. You will love this play. Louis Lang.
Pastor. Young production and as a pastor. All right, thank you for coming, General Tetia and Dr.
And I want to say a very big thank you to GhanaWeb as well. Charlie, you guys have been fantastic
all these years. All these years, like for 10 years now.
Our first production, Love is Politics. We partnered with you guys and it was fantastic. You are still with us and we appreciate you.
This is your home. Anytime you need us, just call on us. For every event organizer out there, anyone in the creative space, if you need our assistance, let's do this together. It's an ecosystem, of course. We are there for you, you are there for us. That's how we grow this industry. And this is how we end this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. For more news, visit our website www.ghanaweb.com. And for more of our videos, go to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. You can also go on the website. There is the GhanaWeb TV section there, and then you get a chance to watch other videos and programs that are produced by GhanaWeb and other external sources. Thank you for watching. My name is Benefo Wabin. You can call me Abrantipa. Have a nice time. And hope to meet you at the National Theatre. Media production needs any more CDI in Bishia or Emuza. Upon